which means second Roche is theirs.
The name of the game for OG in this game has just been, how can we make Doom as sad as possible? Like, again, you'd think they would reserve the Rupture for the Pango, but they're actually just removing Doom from the fight. They Rupture him, they run at him, he BKB tries to TP out, doesn't make it there. And also a little bit of indecisiveness, right? Like, he was kind of standing around, okay, should I TP out? Are we going to take this fight? He was uncertain. And then when he finally goes for it, OG didn't even need the bash. He had already taken so much damage from running around. And you can understand from Tundra's perspective why he doesn't want to TP away there. It's like, okay, am I just going to BKB TP out every time? This time I have 4 teammates around me, but the positioning from Tundra just wasn't really good enough to cover him fully.
Fortifications popped by Tundra. They do have a bunch of buybacks, so they'll likely just give up one set of racks before giving it their all in this defense. So the top racks is OG's for the taking. And now they go into the mid lane. No reason to stop with this Troll Warlord still technically dead. 20 seconds on the respawn timer. Yuragi looking for Soxa. Instantly doomed, though, by 33. Can they get this kill? That is just the Aegis, though. The buyback now onto Skeeter. He gets ruptured instantly inside the Wukong's command. Finally gets off the ult. They're just going to make him chase him outside the Wukong's command. And this is going to be a dieback if they end up getting this kill. He's going to get the BKB up, but dies shortly after. Dieback for Skeeter. And this is looking like the beginning of the end for Tundra, as the Boundless Strike does connect onto Soxa, but he cuts the tree. 33 ruptured for the millionth time this game. Doesn't matter, he is dead. Double kill for Amar. Only 2 members of Tundra remain. And OG looking primed and ready as the GGs are called. OG going to the grand finals for the 5th time in their organization's history. Unreal performance.
They've had some grand finals that looked really grim at certain points, and they overcame it every time. So we'll see today when they face up against TSM later if it's going to be 5 in a row or if their streak in finals will be broken. But yeah, I mean, based on how they played in this series so far, they made Tundra look definitely a tier below. Just better movements, really good drafting overall. I feel like Tundra, for the most part in their games, got what they wanted. They just got handled. A lot of the key heroes that they've been winning with a lot just seemingly relatively unimpactful in this game. The Doom and Pangolier, 2 of Tundra's best, was just getting shut down for the majority of the game. 9 ending the game without a kill. 0, 5, and 8 on Pango.
It was a Pango. We talked about the counters. Bloodseeker and Puck are super hard to play into, but
OG just have a really good approach to this patch right now, it seems, and it's a matter of, can TSM find a way against the team that's seemingly just unable to lose right now. I don't know how many games they've won in a row at this point, OG in the low bracket, but
it has been impressive to say the least. This run from OG, obviously with Misha not able to be here, Seb, I mean, who better to take part as a substitute for your team than a 2-time TI winner? And of course, he's won 4 majors as a coach, but not as a player. But he'll have the first chance here against TSM in the grand finals later today. Let's take a quick...
Until it's the other way around.
That's right. They're going to swap accolades, so to speak. Let's go to a quick break and see what the panel has to say about this amazing run from OG. Into the grand finals they go.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Strategy and simulation exposure detected. Proceed to decontamination.
Hot take. The $5 bill is the best bill. It has Abe Lincoln on it. Have you ever heard of Mountain Rushmore? 7 years ago. But you want to know the real reason the $5 bill is the best bill? Eligible people prescribed Hemlibra can pay as little as $5 for their Hemlibra per copay. 5 smackaroos!
That's $5, 500 pennies.
Talk to your doctor about Hemlibra.
This is Steph Curry. He's the MVP of cryptocurrency.
No.
But you are an expert, right?
Definitely not. I'm not an expert, and I don't need to be. All I need is FTX. It's the place to learn about crypto.
I'm definitely making an NFT of this.
Join us for a story you've never heard. On a scale you've never witnessed. This is Prehistoric Planet, only on Apple TV+.
Okay, how much for a collector's edition squishy pig with holographic cover art? I'm trying to save some cash.
You don't have to sell that. State Farm has raised a Fisher budget.
Don't even look at my squish. Don't even look at it!
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Vaping made my social anxieties 10 times worse. I used to be stressed about going to school and talking to new kids and stuff, but around my friends and around my family, I wasn't, that was comfortable for me. And then it became, even around those people, I had to vape. That's when the vaping cycle kicks in. It was a fake form of confidence. I felt bad about who I was before I started vaping, but after I started vaping, I felt worse about who I was becoming.
Well, was it ever in doubt? OG and another grand final. Nobody can stop these guys. They're just a roller coaster of a team, bulldozing everybody in their path with 2 quick victories to knock Tundra out of the tournament. And we have now standing by on the stage some interviews. Let's throw to those straight away.
That's right, I have Snaking here joining me from Team Tundra. First of all, could I get some noise from the crowd? Hell of a run from Tundra at this event, and ultimately not the result you were hoping for, but how did you feel about your entire run through the Stockholm Major so far?
I'm very happy that I got the opportunity to play here and in front of such an amazing crowd. Thank you everyone for attending.
I want to ask about your TSM series earlier yesterday. Would you guys consider yourself to be a very momentum-based team? Because that last game seemed kind of tricky for you guys, so how did it feel for you guys in the booth?
You're talking about the last game from TSM, right? Yeah, obviously we mis-executed and it kind of snowballed pretty badly against us, and obviously we made a lot of blunders that normally we wouldn't have made, and I made a really bad call, and I accept a lot of responsibility for the series loss. But I think we're still a very strong team. Our road doesn't end here, and we'll come back stronger, guys.
And one last question. I'm sure ultimately this is all leading up to TI. So what are some things that you feel you learned during the course of the event that's going to help you hopefully at that event?
I think adaptation is always a big one. The meta and the style of the game changes as the tournament progresses, and we just need to make sure we stay ahead of the curve and still be able to perform at our best despite the meta is going against us.
Wise words from Snaking. Once again, make some noise for Tundra Esports. Will take their 3rd place. Snaking, thank you very much. But I also see a lot of people standing on this side of the arena over here. I see a lot of phones, I see a lot of smiles, and I see one big smile from here. Taiga, congratulations. You heard it from the panel. This is a storied brand right here, this OG brand. It has been to a lot of majors. Do you feel any extra pressure from that?
No, I feel like home. Like, everything here is amazing. Like, I have my parents, my friends, and the crowd is supporting us. It's really amazing. Huge. Like, huge shout out to everyone here, honestly. My parents especially, my friends over there. I could hear all the voices. Let's go.
What were your expectations coming into this event? Because I know it was probably not the plan to have to play with Seb, but rather Misha. So did you guys know that you would make it this far regardless? Or were you just hoping to get as many DPC points as possible?
Honestly, I wasn't completely sure because Misha and Chu, like, is a big part of our team. Like, not having your captain here can be a little bit, weird, I guess. But Seb is actually a magnificent player. One of the greatest for sure in esports. And I can't wait. Thank you, Lord. I can't wait to play the finals with you guys being here.
And I know I had asked you before this tournament even began, you think there's any chance that you could bring your mom up here and we could get a chance to speak with her? No pressure, I'm just saying.
Unfortunately, my mom doesn't really speak English.
We talked about that though. You said that you'd be willing to translate. Finals, okay, finals.
No, but after the finals, let's see.
After the finals, because it is going to be a best of 5 against TSM, FTX. No-tail, I guess same question, because Seb probably not expected to have to play. You probably not expected to have to coach and draft. What's this experience been like for you?
Oh, I mean, thank you for giving me the credit of drafting. No, the guys have all stepped up. It's incredible. Misha's still every day preparing with the team. True, they're making all these strategies, and the guys are executing and making their own additions. Yeah, this team really came together here. It's pleasure seeing them grow. I'm lucky to have the seat that I have. Grateful for this guy.
As I'm sure all you OG fans are grateful indeed. And any thoughts on the upcoming series? Because I know TSM, FTX, you guys did not get a chance to face them in the group stage. You think North American Dota is going to prove to be a worthy competition for you?
Oh, of course, they have Saberlight. It's not all NA. No, but I have so much respect for them. Moon also plays some of the most amazing Dota I've seen in a while. That team, they've come here prepared. They've come here with a lot of will to win. But I think right now with our run and the wave that we're riding, I think it's going to be tough on them. But I just want good Dota. More than 3 games, Tommy. Please throw one of them.
Sure, keep it interesting. Give the fans here something to be on the edge of their seat for. And I will leave you two to prepare for that series as we make one last round of applause for Taiga, No-Tail, and the rest of OG as they make their way to the grand finals.
Thank you, Tsunami. 2 cracking interviews there, lads. I'll just let the chant die down there for a sec. The crowd are right. That was an amazing performance by OG. They deserve a place in the final based on that alone, don't you think?
I think them and TSM are the hungriest teams here. I think it shows in their games. These guys are young. They want to win a major. We're going to have first-time major champions one way or another.
Right.
I think it goes to show if you set that up with the proper leadership that can back it up, rein some people in, get them in the right headspace, you go really far at these tournaments, and that's what really propels you deep in these brackets. It's not just skill alone. You need the mentality. You need to put people in the right place, get them to play in the right way. That's what helps you lift that trophy.
And they do have people behind them that also work really hard. It's not just, Seb, who was a coach, now he's a player, No-Tail. They have 2 people who are not, didn't come here, and they have basically like 3 coaches that are preparing for the draft and everything. So it's very different. I mean, 3 brains, that they're much smarter than 1.
3 brains is smarter. Well, that's a good point. S4, you said something when we were chatting about how the way to play against a team like this that has such a strong identity and such a strong play style, instead of trying to stop them, make them try and stop you, play to your own strengths. How could they have done that better?
It's, as we go back to what I said, it's a mindset thing. And I feel like they might have not had it today. They used to have that in their online. They used to be that we run at them, they cannot do anything.
Right.
But I want to go back to what No-Tail. He was kind of appreciating Taiga on the stage, and I feel like Taiga has been adapting a lot this major since Seb is coming in for Misha, and I feel like he stepped up like big time adapting. It's a super hard thing to do in Dota when you have like this way of playing. Of course, Seb has been playing super well, but Taiga, he deserves a lot of praise, I think.
It's a good point. Like, it's never easy to change your role in terms of what you're doing for the team. Anytime you disrupt the support duo, it changes a lot. You have to adjust to, oh, this guy does like these 5 or 6 different things quietly that I usually rely on, and now all of a sudden the Seb guy doesn't buy wards and he doesn't run in and he wants to hit waves, and all of a sudden, okay, now I got to take a backseat. You know, we saw him play like the Viper, some of these weird heroes that maybe he's never even played before in an extremely long time, and yeah, stepped up big time. I mean, this guy is putting up amazing numbers. He's pushing threats with the first phase Enigma Man, pretty much everything you want out of a player.
We expected OG to play tri-core with 3 scaling cores. This time around, they had 4. So Seb, like, he was popping off, and in this case, like Taiga, he needs to do all the heavy lifting with his item build, with buying the wards and sacrificing his life multiple times. Like, if you look at his item build, like, he had double brazier on Io just so he can be more survivable, because he knows that Seb can also be like that 4th carry that they might need in the mid-late game.
Exactly. Let's have a look at a replay or two from the game here, because I say we don't have the replay. We'll be back in a sec. And now I've lost my train of thought.
Well, I just want to say, like, prediction for this major before going into the major. I'd say I kind of predicted LGD to win this major, but now when they're not coming, I actually thought OG with Misha was like the best team come here, but they don't have Misha now, so I was like, I don't even know who's gonna win. And now TSM is in the finals, and I didn't even think they were gonna go far this time.
I'd love to know if they thought they were gonna go far. Now we have the replay. Thank you, S4.
This is another type of game where I just feel bad for the Doombringer in this game. There's too many targets to Doom, too many damage sources. He's playing versus an IO as well that can bail out these cores. And then you fall into this Tundra trap where it's pretty much troll, single core, trying to deal with all these OG carries. How many do they have? The number goes up every game. And he's just going to get kited out. He's getting kited by Coil, he's getting kited by Rupture. It's too much HP for this troll to cut through alone. I just feel like it's a clash of styles that just didn't favor Tundra in this.
How many times have we seen Seb surviving on like 50 HP this game on a position 5? They use a lot of time to try to bring him down, like, because they realize, you know, it's really not a position 5, so they want to get the kill, but he jukes. And I was also playing with him, like, which is a bit of a weird thing, you know, playing 4 and 5 playing together in a game.
You think he calls for it? Like, I'm the 2-time TI champion. You better,
you better do that right now.
I'm gonna have the highest impact.
That would be bad for team morale, surely. Or do you think he rules OG with an iron fist, and that's why they do so well?
I saw him make some calls in that game. I saw the Seb calls.
Oh yeah.
They were like, they used Doom. Let's run at them mid. I saw that.
S4, I want to say to you, first of all, thank you so much for jumping in on these panels, and it's been great having your insight. It really has. Can we get a round of applause for S4, please? A Swedish legend. I hope you stick around to watch the rest of the games. Here's the bracket, and you'll be able to see now the 2 finalists, of course, TSM and OG. And they will be meeting in the series after we've had our little break here. And OG will definitely need a break after that, although they kind of made it look like maybe they don't need a break. They could just start playing a 5-game series right now. But they are going to have a break anyway. Guys, we're gonna go now and leave you guys to have a cup of tea or something. But don't go away. Stick around, because there is the DHL drop with, I think it's Sir Action Slack, so you won't want to miss that one in the breaks. If you're in the arena, come back in here and hang out. And for the rest of you at home, we'll see you after this.
a fun little game where your enemy here, life enemy,
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Smooth like butter, sweet like honey. Looks so good, like she made of money.
Turning your squad into a car wash? Weird flex. Turning your squad into a carpool so you drive less? Good flex. Auto insurance that flexes with you. That's what we're made for.
Welcome to basic dogfighting.
Whoever gets shot down first, have 200 push-ups.
Lights on.
What the hell? Damn! Damn!
It was all fun and games, that selfie, wasn't it?
It's start your business time.
real estate is booming.
I should be booming.
It's business time. So, free yourself from this by going freelance. Get your thing started.
I'm the boss of me!
LegalZoom. Now you're in business.
It's time to free our minds.
New Truly Margarita Style Hard Seltzer.
This is the start of a journey, reaching the highest peaks and the lowest valleys. Every discovery will bring us closer to understand who we are and make the most of the time we're given. Thorn, redefining healthy aging.
Welcome back to the ESL One Stockholm Major. We're going to hand it over now to my friend and yours, Sir Action Slacks, with the DHL drop. Good luck, Slacks.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome!
Get ready for the DHL drop. Grab yourself a DHL drop sign and customize it with your message. Make sure we spot you in the crowd, because if you're lucky, one of our special deliveries is coming your way. And for all of you watching at home, type DHL drop in the Twitch chat for a chance to win a €150 gift voucher.
This DHL drop, I'm not like my friends out there who's stingy with the candy. I'm a giver. In fact, I'm this much of a giver. Feast, my beautiful babies! Mommy is home! Good! Oh, there's one person in the back, in the way back. Ah! I got him. Where's it? All right. Top row, coming up. One more. Yes. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. All right, my DHL friends, we're going to be looking for signs to give away, as well as the candy. Here you go. Yes, enjoy them, young men and ladies. Hello, you look like you want some candy. Here you go. I'll shower you with it. Beautiful. All right, follow me. We're having a sign contest. Effie-bot, don't do this to me. Not live on the stage, Effie-bot. Please, be a good little robot. There you go. All right. Signs. We are looking for the best signs. Here we go. Let's read a few of them. See techies. See this place explode. Pun intended. One candy for you. All right. Need Seb win to win. Here's your candy. Suns fan belch, please. 2 candies for you. Well done. Let's see here. Go EG crossed out, then liquid. I do like that one. All I do is feed. Here's some beautiful stickers for you. That's very good. TSM's my mom's favorite team because Dubu is cute. Very disturbing. 3 candies for you. Thank you. Hey, what are you doing? Effie-bot, do not fall. No! I told you, you stay with me, all right? Always looking for a new master. Slacks is the best. Please release my family. We talked about this. Take the candy. Never let your 7-pound loaf loan your account. Okay, take the candy. All right. A lot of good signs. The ghost! The ghost! Go, my ghost! Wonderful. And one for that guy who just wooed. Yeah! Way in the back. I wonder if I could hit Pyrian from here. Very close. More? Very well. All right, P-Flax, catch. Pretty good. Funny bomb man. That's right, my friend. There you go. All right, it's about time for us to pick oh my God, there's so much more candy in the back. Yes. Wonderful. DHL drop. Cover your heads, young children. Be careful. Okay, time to pick a winner. Let's see. Slacks, do another shoey. No, I see the shoey. Disgusting. Here's your candy. Disgusting. All right. I choose a winner. I have to say, out of all of the ones, I thought this one was the funniest. Let's go EG Liquid Spirit GG OG. Like many of the OG fans in the arena, a bunch of fair weather fans out there, only looking for the winners. No flame. Oh, stickers. There you go. All right, young man, come up here. Claim your prize from the DHL drop. A round of applause. Tell us what's in there with the microphone while I throw candy as hard as I can. Go ahead. What should I tell? Open the box and describe what is within.
Okay.
I'm trying.
Whoa.
Hell yeah.
Careful.
What is that?
Okay, that's just Monopoly eSports.
Esports Monopoly. Will you have much of a monopoly like OG on the Dota 2 scene?
Yeah, probably like playing Monopoly is gonna lose me all of my friends, you know? Like,
just like OG and Dota. No. Keep going. Yeah.
What's that? A backpack.
A backpack. Wonderful. Celebration.
Sticker pack. What are you doing?
Stickers. Wonderful.
Can you just chill, bro?
No, I'm good.
Razer mouse pad, I think.
Wonderful.
That's nice.
What else?
Series 5.
Open the
micro
door,
plush.
It could be a famous. Open it. Crack it open.
Okay.
Where's the microphone? I just slammed production with that. I just hit a bunch of computers. Sorry about that, production. You're doing great. Hit Owie. Where is he? I think he's had enough punishment for one day. That's not necessary.
This is Queen of Pain, one of my favorites here, so that's exciting.
Wonderful. And anything else in the box?
Yeah, the ESL hoodie. And Stockholm Major t-shirt.
Wonderful! All right.
That's it.
Well, that will do it for the DHL Dota drop. What did you think, sir? Did you like your box?
Yeah, that's perfect. That's exactly what I need.
Good, young man. Fantastic. I'm so happy that you had a good time.
Yeah, obviously. Well,
Take your things.
It's like you're so nice. Just take it, yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. All right. And unlike the others, I have decree that all my people may eat the candy. Go! Feast upon it like vultures on a corpse! Yes! Yes! That's the DHL drop, everybody. Thank you so much for watching and being part of the community. Right there, top row. Here we go. Oh, shit! He's having a great time. He's having a great time.
Is that guy okay?
Well, maybe not anymore.
I mean, we know Flax isn't, but the guy hit.
He's laughing and smiling. Thank God.
Slack saw his career flash before his eyes right there.
Oh, he caught him right in the head. That was like point blank. Oh my
Give him
God.
another chocolate. He's going to be okay.
I can't breathe. Oh, man. What a treasure he is to the Dota 2 community.
It's one word to
And a
use for it.
hazard. Oh, dear. SVG, did you enjoy that piece?
Right now?
The last bit?
I very much enjoyed it because I was not involved when I normally am, so that was 5 out of 5 for me.
Oh, I would love to see you down there doing the DHL drop. I think you've definitely got the temperament and character for it. We should get SVG to do one.
Might have to go back to playing if these demands keep kicking up at this rate, you know. Seb's inspiring me. Maybe take another round.
He's got way too many offers. Coaching, playing again, being on the talent, being on the analyst as caster. This man's too versatile.
He's too versatile. Have you enjoyed it, being on the panel? And
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is my first event as a talent, so I had a huge amount of fun. It was very nice being on this side. There's very little pressure, you know. I get to work with people that enjoy working with me instead of putting their problems on my desk every day. You know, it's pretty chill. So
well, this was SVG's first event. Can we get a round of applause for SVG, please? Because I think he's been absolutely superb. Well done. Give me one of them. Nice. Oh, man. I need to recover a little bit. We're going to take a little break, and then we will be back with some more filler until the next series. We'll see you guys then. Stick around.
Shirt.
Thanks, man.
What?
Wasn't me.
Cool shirt.
It is a nice shirt.
That is a nice shirt.
Makes you want to walk like this.
I'm Officer Taylor.
Yes?
Your son Jordan was in a crash. He wasn't wearing a seatbelt. He was ejected from the vehicle.
Big things are coming for Summer Tina.
Yeah, right. Whoa.
In 5 days, the Bob's Burgers movie has dancing, zombies, explosions, robots, buttons.
Ooh, buttons.
See now. And yes, burgers.
That feels nice.
I know.
Don't rub my sesame seeds off.
I won't.
They're a cute couple.
The Bob's Burgers movie. Rated PG-13. Only at theaters Friday. Get tickets now.
Your father knows about saving money. Everything I'm wearing, I've had since boot camp.
And I just saved on my car insurance for driving safe with USAA.
Auto insurance that flexes with you.
Fit to fit.
That's what we're made for.
If you vape, you could be inhaling toxic metals into your lungs. To show how scary that is, we made Metal Monster. With special effects that show metal particles being inhaled. And music that would have made your heart race. But nothing is as scary as the facts. Vaping can deliver toxic metals like nickel and lead into your lungs. That's metal in your lungs.
Tail slate.
Pepper, oh no, they didn't. Papa John's just took all that pepperoni and hand-stuffed it inside that garlic-kissed crust. And this here ain't just any pepperoni, oh no. That's Papa John's pepperoni. That signature recipe right there delivers a kick of blended spices. Pow! Right to the kisser. Now that's an epic pepperoni stuffed crust pizza like no mouth has ever seen. Better ingredients, better pizza, even better when it's stuffed.
Welcome back to the ESL One Stockholm Major. We're at about the halfway point of the day, before the grand final, after the semi-final. So we just thought, we'd get a couple of lads up here to chat to them. We've got Duracio and Celery from Gaimin Gladiators. Lads, how are you doing?
Hello. Doing pretty good.
Yeah, a bit sad because we lost yesterday, but it happens.
But you must be happy with how you did overall. I mean, you played some fantastic Dota and you got pretty close to the final. I mean, are you happy with how you did?
For sure.
First LAN?
First LAN, first experience with people, so it's super funny, good experience.
Celery, what did you think? Yeah, the crowd love it.
Yeah.
Celery, how was it for you?
Yeah, it was a great experience. Beforehand, I would have signed for this, but when you lose, when you're in fourth, you're not happy at all. You wanna go a bit further. OG played really good. Cannot take it away from them.
What is it like playing against them? Because we can watch it and we can see it feels like it's just non-stop. Is that what it's like? They're just constantly coming at you?
Yeah, I mean, they're like the European SA teams, I think, compared to the... They're crazy. They just go.
I got a question for you guys. I mean, you didn't ban Wind Ranger 2 times in a row. Why is that?
me, I don't care about win ranger, but I don't make any drafts and bans, so it's question to salary.
I don't know. I was not afraid. Maybe it would have been a good ban.
Would you ban it if you played in the grand finals?
I'm not sure. I mean, this last game that we lost, I don't think he did that much, but they just owned us in game. I think any hero he would have owned us, to be honest. Don't think it was the win run. It was the player.
So you think he could play on a bunch of different heroes, it would still be a big problem? It's just that it looked from our perspective like nobody's banning Wind Ranger. He's yet to lose with it. Ban the Wind Ranger, but you didn't think it was worth it.
Not sure. I mean, I lost, right? So maybe I'm wrong.
That's true, but I just think it's interesting because obviously watching as a fan, you think they have to ban the Wind Ranger, surely. But you guys are thinking, no. This is more important to ban. This is more important to ban. So what do you think is important to ban against OG?
I mean, it's a lot of stuff. Maybe some Timber, some Razor for Amara.
Enigma, maybe.
Yeah, they have a lot of annoying heroes.
Yeah.
I think
PK, Enigma, Timber, Razor. Not sure about Wind Ranger. Maybe Storm Spear, but they didn't play with him.
Are you generally focusing on the off lane? You're like, we got to ban these off lane heroes out.
It's awful heroes.
This Amara guy is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, this Amara guy is good. Yeah, so let's talk about this being your first tournament. How is it when you play? Obviously, you've never played on LAN with fans. You have to walk up on the steps there. You go and get in the booth. You sit down, everything like that. Do the nerves start to kick in there, or you just think, oh, this is fine?
Before you come on stage, it's nervous. But when you sit under your PC, you see people, you're already ready to play. It's not that nervous. It's fine. It's chill.
And once the game starts, I guess you're just focused on that.
Yeah, I don't think about it in the game.
Okay, so let's talk about TI. Okay, you guys are going to be going now, right? You've got enough points, is that correct?
No idea.
Probably.
Probably and no idea. Well, I'm not sure either. I don't know if we've got
They're very, I think it's 99 points something.
Yeah, you're like super duper close. Looking forward to that. What do you expect that experience to be like? How are you going to prepare for it?
I don't think you can. You probably learn to prepare for it when you're there, but then it's already too late. So I think it'll be hard.
Speaking of preparation, Celery, I know you're a big Mafia fan. You love to play it in the hotel with the other people. Like, how do you prepare for that?
I prepare for the Mafia.
Yeah. For Mafia. I played with you.
Just
you
drink some
Mafia.
water and go to the second floor or first floor.
Yeah.
Mafia. You don't need to prepare for it.
Drink some water, mentally prepare to lie to your friends, and then you're good to go.
I heard you were one of the better players, actually.
That's what they're telling me, but then they killed me, so I don't know. Maybe.
It's true, yeah, we did have to kill him in the end. We had to lynch him. Let's have a look. Actually, we've got a video of, I don't know if you guys are in it. This is a Gaimin Gladiators reviewing a Herald game. I don't know if you guys are in it, but you can have a look at your teammates doing it if you weren't. Let's have a look at this video.
Hello and welcome to Herald Review. I am here with Gaimin Gladiators. We got Boom and Celery. How you guys doing?
Doing good.
What's the last worst game of Dota you've ever watched?
Probably gonna be this one, but
Okay.
before, not sure.
Very offensive. We have here a Herald game from one of our boys at ESL. This guy is in charge of all player relations. If you guys, want to eat or want to do anything, he's the guy who gets you those things. So I'm not saying be nice, but he'll watch this. Anyway, I'm just kidding. This is some asshole from Counter-Strike. Nobody cares. Let's get into it, boys. Herald Review. Today we'll be watching a Lion. It is 16 minutes and 22 seconds into the game. What do you think about the skill build so far? Pretty good. Items, pretty good, huh?
Yeah, it's looking good so far. Nice gameplay.
Yeah. All right. Looks like a mid push here at 16 minutes. We are on his player view. Not a lot of camera movements.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Taking some stuns.
Not too bad,
right?
There we go.
Damn.
Now, as a pro player, do you recommend holding the finger to steal the last
No, that was insane because you see, he actually had an arcane wound, so he's gonna have it again the next fight. He's
This
actually
guy's
owning.
good. This guy's owning. Okay, please go ahead, skip ahead, go to where you think would be interesting. Okay, here we go. Easy initiation, 3-man stun coming in. Whoa! 2-man stun. Oh.
His stuns are not bad, but he's not blinking. What's going on? It's been 10 minutes since he bought the blink and he hasn't even used it yet.
This could be game end here.
Game
no
end.
buybacks on
GG
2.
push, GG push.
GG push, boys. We have the damage talent. Please go.
Go hit, Ray.
Go!
You have 2 lives.
Go back. Go! Go in!
Oh, Oh my
He's
God.
calling the get back. The Herald
No, don't blame him.
All right, gentlemen. This is the end of the game here. This is
He's
all
just grabbing a coffee.
He's just getting some drinks, preparing for the great initiation.
This is not the time.
Come on, baby. They're pushing in.
Kicks the smoke for the invite.
He's trying to switch out. They're taking everything.
Blink stun. Look, triple stun.
Oh, AoE hex!
He's doing it.
No one's alive though. Great team.
He learned a lot though this game. He's already using Blink. Okay, that was rough. Okay, maybe.
Any advice to our boy, our Herald Lion, ESL man who's watching right now?
Let's start with practicing some blasting. We didn't see it, but you probably missed a lot.
Also, in some of these highlights we saw, he went like outside, or maybe he was smoking a cigarette or something.
Well, if you want to compete against the boys like these, the Gaimin Gladiators, #1 advice, don't go out for a smoke randomly in your games. But thank you guys so much for your Herald review. 10 out of 10 for our friend ESL Lion.
So you were in that video. If you had to give tips to Herald players now, 3 things that Herald players or like bad players like me, what were the top 3 things? It's like, if you can get these 3 things right, you'll improve.
Play a limited amount of heroes. Don't play every hero. I know it's fun, but there's no way. Just play like 3 or 4 heroes at first. Just focus on a few things every game. Like maybe just focus on last hitting every game. Every game it's useful. Then one more, you have one more.
Don't be tilted from losers.
That's
just
a good one.
Keep playing and keep playing. You're gonna be better.
I gotta defend this Lion. I don't think it was his fault. Like, he lands a 3-man hex. Like, there's no follow-up. But we also seen him doing absolutely nothing, standing still, reading what the neutral items are doing. He's like,
no, he tried to switch it.
Now I'm gonna send the other one back.
No, he just trying to switch it. But he cannot. He maybe missed the button.
It was too many buttons on the board.
Yeah.
He wasn't too bad, actually. This line, I liked it.
Okay, Duracio, you actually brought up a Gaimin Gladiators jersey with signatures. You can see it there. And it's got a bunch of player names on it. We are going to give this away, if that's okay. You didn't bring this up like to give to a friend. We're going to give it to Slacks, and he is going to find someone to give it to. He's on his way now. What criteria are we going to use to decide? How are you going to decide who this goes to?
No idea.
Well, you've got to think of one, young man, because we're about to give it away. You can't just give it to the first person we see.
Yeah, just we can give decision to, for Slacks.
Slacks is going to make the call. All right, well, yeah, we can do that. So if you wanted to win, well, receive, you don't even need to win it, from Russian Slacks, think of what Slacks would want you to do, God forbid, in exchange for a jersey. So think very hard about that. Okay, we'll come back to that in a minute. So what tips would you give? You're a very good player. I've seen you play. You're also a very good player, but I'm also asking him.
I don't play a lot of pubs.
You don't play pubs?
1 or 2, maybe.
Come on.
Fuck. No. Pubs is not good. But if you want to play it, you just need to, like Celery said, practice 3-4 heroes. And it's good if you can play on any role. So you practice 3 heroes for post 1, post 2, post 3, post 3, post 4, post 5. So you can play any role in the pubs. And you're not gonna be tilted that someone steal your role. Just try to focus on some things that about like last hit. Don't be tilted. Focus on your own game, what you need to do, how you can help team. That's all.
Okay. Oh, there's Slacks. Hold on. Jake. Oh, God, he's coming up here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hello?
We have this fabulous Gaimin Gladiators jersey that Duracio brought up, signed by the lads.
Did they wear it?
No, this is unworn, all right?
Then we don't want it.
I wish you did.
Can you please find a worthy winner? You're not allowed to keep it. Find a worthy winner in the crowd. Walk around and see if you can find
None is worthy. No.
You got to go down there.
I will find someone. All right. If you want the Gaimin Gladiators worn shirt, I can smell the sweat on this thing. Meet me in the front, all right? Give it one little smooch. Come on.
Just my hand.
Just a hand? Okay, that's good sweat right there. All right, let's get it done.
Go, Jake.
Yeah, I'm going.
Go.
Thank you. Oh, we're doing this right now.
I believe so.
Holy moly, I was definitely prepared for this. They warned me about it. This is not off the cuff in any way. Hey, everybody, how we doing? Woo! I'm looking for some real GG fans. If you're a Gaimin Gladiator fan, you have a chocolate. That means very little about Gaimin Gladiators, but I'll take it. Come on up. A GG fan right here. He has a hat. No, your family is not getting out. Stop showing that sign. Don't look at that sign. All right, come on up here, GG fan. Come. All right, big contest. You? Yeah, you said it. Why did you wave the chocolate?
I don't like, what's the contest?
Making it up as we go. You'll do fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have the GG right here. Is that a team? Is that real? Oh, okay.
It was a lost bet.
All right, he's actually got the tat there. It's all good.
Also, I have a jersey.
And the jersey. Okay.
I also have their, like, on my t-shirt there.
I don't need to see it. Yeah, good. All right, ladies. Thank you. All right, so Gaimin Gladiators, signed jersey. Look at that. The contest has begun. Now, number one, we're going to do a trivia contest. We're going to continue. All right. You do get a lifeline. Go ahead. All right, lifeline. Please name one player from Gaimin Gladiators.
Boom.
Okay, can you name one player from Gaimin Gladiators?
Celery?
Okay, good.
I can even name his, real name.
Go ahead.
Miroslav.
Okay.
Melchior.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't know the answer, so it's all good. All right, fantastic. Can you please name the opponent that knocked Gaimin Gladiators out?
I don't want to name them, but they are OG.
Okay. Can you name one opponent that Gaimin Gladiators won against?
Awaken.
That's probably right. I don't know. All right, fantastic. And the final contest, ladies and gentlemen, an ancient. You can't bribe me with chocolate. The ancient art of rock, paper, scissors. It's down to round 3, best of 3 here. Now you're gonna do it on shoot. I want it on shoot. If you go early, you're disqualified. I slap you with the shirt and I give it to the other person. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3, shoot! Oh, that's that time. 1, 2, 3, shoot! Oh, this is getting weird. 1, 2, 3, shoot! What the hell is this? All right, best of 5. 1, 2, 3, shoot! Oh, that's what? It's a best of 3. This is Dota 2. Okay, here we go. For the win here. 1, 2, 3, shoot! Oh my God. The crowd's getting wild here. Celery, he just looked over and I saw his mouth open agape. It was incredible. Here we go. For it all. 1, 2, 3, shoot! Oh! My God. Oh no, he looks so detested. He looks so sad. Giving him the chocolate instead. Will you be taking this jersey from this sad man?
Yes, I will.
Oh, that's all right. I thought that was going another direction. It's okay, come here. I'm gonna do something else for you. Nobody loses in this arena. Follow me. Come on. Here we go. Dreams will come true no matter what. What's better than a jersey? We're gonna bring them up. Please don't stab them. All right, great. There we go. Better.
These are the next TI champions. Remember my word.
All right. That's better than a jersey. There you go. Woo! All right, back to you, people.
You guys okay? That guy was a super fan, man. Holy cow.
He also Russian.
Okay, well, there you go. Let's talk about TSM. What do you guys think of them as a team? What chance do you think they've got in the final?
I think they're doing good. They have chances, but I feel like OG gonna win. They beat everyone in the lower bracket, so it's final. I think OG gonna be stronger, but we'll see.
Celery?
I think I favor OG. I'm a big Tiger fan. He's my friend, but I think everyone's been underrating TSM all tournament. They're still in the upper bracket. They're in the finals now, so we should probably give them some more credit. I think it should be very close. Maybe TSM is even favored.
Wow, yeah.
How much do you think momentum matters? Because OG coming through the lower bracket and like building this huge momentum, like bonding as a team. Do you think that matters?
I think it helps them a lot. This win against Fnatic especially, it looked like they were out, but they just still won this third game in crazy fashion, and since then they've been doing really good. Some games were close, but they kind of convincingly won every game.
Well, chaps, I'm going to say thank you so much for joining us on the panel. It's great to get some pro players on who've played in the tournament and give us their perspective on it. And we wish you guys all the best. And I'm sure there'll be plenty of people here rooting for you guys at TI or in the next tournament they see you. And can we get a round of applause for Duracho's salary, please?
We don't want you for this to become a routine. You coming onto the panel because that means you're lost.
Yeah, we want to talk to you up
This is the last time.
Yeah, this is it. All right, we're going to go for a break, but when we get back, there will be something very special. You do not want to miss it. Stick around. We'll see you soon.
See you.
Here at Yankee Stadium, there's a sign that says Armatron. What's an Armatron? The story begins with Eugene Gluck. He survived World War II in the concentration camps, came to this country as a penniless immigrant, and worked hard to make something for him and his family. What he made? High-quality watches. Over the years, they sold and created thousands of styles. His family still owns and operates Armatron here in New York. All the watches on all the wrists are living proof of his dream and legacy. That's an Armatron.
Take, following the crowd isn't so bad. All those crowd followers probably know something that we don't. Like the hipsters who put oat milk in coffee. Delicious. Like all those people who said punk rock was back, and then Machine Gun Kelly went #1. So, those 10,000 people with hemophilia A who have been treated with Hemlibra, they might be onto something. Find out why 10,000 people have been treated with Hemlibra worldwide.
How does Apartments.com create the most eye-tingling virtual tours around? Watch this. Activate shrink suit. Start by getting that wood grade.
Capturing.
Oh, this one's also pet-friendly. Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Yo, you know we're not shooting threes, right? Definitely not shooting threes.
Introducing Gator Light.
Let's go. Stick and move.
Rapid rehydration.
Ready, Jay? Let's do this, Ryan.
Plus a specialized blend of 5 electrolytes.
See you, Lark. Wait, watch out. You rehydrate well, too.
Gator Light. Rapid rehydration. All G.
For me, creativity starts with what ifs. Like, what if there's fire? Did that already. What about my look? Meh. That's cool. What if it happens in the rain? Yeah, this is it. Now, create what's true to you.
The City Custom Cash Card. A different kind of card that automatically adapts to you. Earn 5% cash back on your top eligible spend category. Up to $500 spent each billing cycle. Apply now. Visit city.com/customcash.
Catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror and I go like This is the start of a journey, one that will look different for each of us. Every discovery will influence the way our bodies adapt and rebuild, in a process we can supplement and control. Thorne, redefining healthy aging.
Dude, what? Teamwork makes the dream work, baby. Just slaying.
All right, the lightning.
Every time. They're coming in. The full push is there. Grapple down. I was not ready
for this. Hi. Oh, actually, one second.
Critics and audiences are raving. Top Gun Maverick is freaking amazing. It exceeds anything you can imagine.
Holy. Having any fun yet?
It's a masterful adrenaline rush.
Damn right.
You'll want to high-five someone on the way out. So what's the plan? See it on the biggest screen possible.
Going in.
Top Gun Maverick.
It's time to free our mind.
Pepper, oh no, they didn't. Papa John's just took their signature pepperoni and hand-stuffed it inside that garlic-kissed crust. Oh, now that's an epic pepperoni stuffed crust pizza like no mouth has ever seen.
Bring it down. Are you up for it? Make it count. Are you up for it? Better run. Are you up for it? Yeah, you gotta get it done. So are you up for it? Say, are you up? Are you up? Are you up for it?
New Truly Margarita Style Hard Seltzer.
You have an alarming number of puppets.
I sell them online.
Let's make this puppet biz legit. are good. LegalZoom. Now you're in business.
Turning your squad into a car wash? Weird flex. Turning your squad into a carpool so you drive less? Good flex. Auto insurance that flexes with you. That's what we're made for.
Austin and his company were placed with special forces in Afghanistan. We never thought our son would have PTSD. He was so strong.
When that demon hits, it hits.
Kevin and I became very determined that his death was not going to be in vain. There are so many resources that Stop Soldier Suicide is trying to provide.
Anything that we can do, it's important. Austin was our only child. This is what our legacy will be.
I'll come over, let me drink for free, call me gorgeous, see what's underneath in my head now, planning silently, how I would get out of this if it turns ugly. This is what it takes to be a girl, trying to survive with pretty girls, gotta check behind me when I walk down the street, don't know who is watching me, sitting pretty in a wicked world is what it takes to be a girl. With the big men in their fancy suits, talking business in the conference room, big promotion, what do I have to do to get that many zeros in my checks like you? This is what it takes to be a girl, trying to survive with pretty girls. Everybody knows 82 cents ain't a dollar, the same job, white collar, so pretty in a wicked world is what it takes to be a girl, trying to survive with pretty girls. If I was a man, I'd go on late walks at night, never ever be polite. You work twice as hard to run the world is what it takes to be a la 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 la.
Are you feeling it yet? Grand finals of the Stockholm Major approaching rapidly. We still have a little bit of time, of course, before the game begins. But that allows us plenty of time to talk about everything. And there has been a lot of things that have happened to make us come to this very point in the Hovet Arena. I am joined for this grand finals by Jenkins, Tigov, and Purge, and we got two teams left here, Purge. It is a long time coming to be right here in this very spot.
It is. It's been a long time since we had a LAN. I think it's been great having the crowd. The players are feeling it. We're feeling it. Can't wait to see what happens.
I won't lie, I might have lost my voice yesterday because obviously this crowd's
So did I, dude. I'm trying not to talk so much right now. My voice is really hoarse.
Like, the crowd's very OG based, right? So GG was playing, and I was like, all right, boys, I'm going to try and get this part of the crowd to all be GG fans. And we kind of converted at least one.
You did good. You did good. We heard it when we were casting up there. There's a lot of GGs, but then the OGs came out. There's like a feud going on, a battle.
Yep, it was a rivalry, and my throat has taken brunt, so I need some people to also maybe side with TSM today, just so we get a bit of 50-50, because again, very much in the arena, it's all OG pretty much.
A lot of OG fans out
there. A lot of OG for sure. They all want this trophy. You know, OG's won a lot of trophies in the past, and this trophy, ESL, I don't believe that there has been a lot of ESL ones won by OG, if any. So they need to add this to their collection. Obviously, a fresh roster would be nice to do it with. And that trophy is lovely. It is a gigantic cup. Let's learn a little bit more about the trophy.
Every team would love to be the last team standing.
A trophy is proof that you won a tournament. No one gets a trophy but the winner. In a year, no one will even know who placed third to last place in a major like this, but they will remember who won, and the guys who have the trophy will remember as well.
It's like a token that signifies like your greatness, basically, that you made it.
What you did was good. What you did was right. You showed the world you're the best. My idea is better than yours.
Personally, I've been through many chapters throughout my life, and I chose to do this gaming thing because I wanted to see whether I can reach the top or not. So to me, it would prove that I've done the right thing. Obviously, every team came here to win, and lifting the trophy at the end is the end goal of it.
When you lift the trophy and the tournament comes to an end and you've won, you should experience euphoria. Bliss.
I have no idea how it is to lift a trophy on a stage. I've never been able to do that. I've dreamed of it a lot, and I always get goosebumps, so I imagine it to be very cool.
Yeah, I was thinking about lifting a trophy countless times. Like, you know, that's kind of the end goal of being a pro player. It's just like winning a tournament, lifting the trophy, being the best there. So, yeah, it will be really nice.
The team wins, and it's like lights and confetti and everything dropping. You get those goosebumps. It's like you get the feels that you want it to be you.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, the grand trophy of ESL One. This is not it. They wouldn't let me touch the real one, but I wanted to feel what it's like to lift this fantastic thing. This one is made out of balloons, but it's just as good. Nah, I'm just kidding. I got it. In fact, there's a, oh, yes, oh, fantastic. Oh, you know, I guess somebody actually needs this trophy. It shouldn't be going to me. Let's go. You know what? Let's go with the crowd. Let's go with the crowd. Hello, everybody. Who has the best story for me? Who's the champion of the event? Is anyone here? Anybody got a cool story? Who's the #1 fan? #1 fans? Any hand raises? No, that guy just put up a sign that said never. Oh my, you're very far. Okay, this better be a very good story. He's running away. Why would he run away? All right, here we go. Story time. Why do you deserve the trophy?
Because I'm the best.
Oh, that's great. Brandon, it was definitely not worth it. Good attempt, good attempt. Is there anyone else? Okay, why do you deserve the trophy?
Because I worked really hard for this all year, so of course I deserve it.
All you did was play Dota, but a round of applause, anybody? Okay. Oh, we got another hand over here. All right, one of these three will win. Hello, why do you deserve the trophy?
Well, we just got married and decided to spend our honeymoon here, so.
Oh! Dota honeymoon? Okay, lift that trophy high, please. Do it like a pro team. There we go. Yay! Congratulations, honeymooners. Woo! Can you imagine playing ranked matchmaking with someone you love? Holy goodness, great, best of luck. Anyway, but what happened to the actual trophy? Should we, okay, I think perhaps we should get that back in some way, or is there some sort of video we could play, or some people, human beings, that could bring our trophy out there? Is there anyone? Is this the correct throw to activate the moment? I hope so. Maybe it's not. Banana bread. Is that, what is the magic word? A Zazabrand! Bring it out! Maybe not, okay, maybe, is there, oh, it was Zazabrand! Okay, the music is building. The moment is coming. A bated breath. I sure hope I know what I'm doing. Okay, maybe we have to cheer for it. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please cheer to return our drum? Can we get it? There we go, that's it. Okay, apparent. There, oh my God! I don't believe it! It's Loda and Bulldog! The heroes of Sweden! Oh my goodness, great! Put the trophy down! Wow! Unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Loda and Bulldog! Oh, what a magical moment. Sweden, you're here, the trophy. Loda, the live crowd. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. It's amazing atmosphere in here. The finals is going to be amazing. Super excited.
Oh, that's so fantastic. Loda, I've always wanted to ask you something, and now the time has come. Can we touch heads? Yes! Fantastic, thank you. I've been instructed not to speak to Bulldog.
Okay.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much, Bulldog. Any word for the crowds, boys, as we get into this one?
I love you all. You're amazing. Let's get some noise for this finals. It's going to be so freaking good, and the best team is going to win.
That's a boy. Anything for you, Bulldog?
Let's go, Sweden!
Woo, Sweden! All right, now you two, we're in a big battle, a big Dota game. In fact, we have a little content piece for you. Why don't we show these beautiful fans of the better times?
Blake, Malefice as well. He will get Claudia's buyback. It's a Crystal Maiden down, but the push comes top. It's a nice pick for Na'Vi. It's not enough to put this game in the ground.
They can't roach. They don't have enough damage. They don't have enough time.
Oh, cancel TP.
He canceled the beat. Puppy, he's not going to be back in the base.
He's got BKB, but no boots of travel.
Oh, cancels Dendi's TP as well. They are in huge trouble.
But it's caught. Now if they go over the throne, it could be game. Funix down. Alliance are doing it. They need a little more of those to fall. Throne in jeopardy. There's a glyph. It's going to be their last stand.
Dendi's back. He's going to try to focus everybody, but there's so much stuff hitting on the throne. There's no more glyph available. Down to about half HP, a quarter HP. Alliance surrounding from all sides.
BKB, they won this round. They're going to do it. The Kings of the North.
Alliance wins. They win TI3.
The Alliance just won $1.4 million. They are your International 3 champions. They have taken home the first ever International for the Swedes.
All right, guys, yes, a giant moment in Stockholm once, and now Dota has continued much off the back of you. I gotta say, a lot of the people in this crowd, a lot of people around the world, they saw Stockholm, they saw that for the first time, and you guys really propelled Dota for a new generation. All these Zoomers coming to the stage right now. You old men. But congratulations. How does it feel watching that and being back home?
Feels great. I mean, I'm a little bit sad I'm not as good at Dota 2 anymore, but we have some really, really good players. It's gonna show us good games, so it still feels good.
All right, any encouraging words to the young, strapping, young, very young people out there, Bulldog?
Out with the old, in with the young.
All right. Well, the future of Dota is coming your way very soon in this fantastic grand finals. Give it up one more time for the legends themselves. There we go. Thank you, Stockholm. And we'll shoot it right back to Shiva.
Thank you very much, Lax. And yeah, we heard it from the players before that as well, lifting that trophy, getting that, I mean, release, I want to call it, Purge. It's probably something, I've never done it, probably something that is incredible.
I gotta think. The one time that we won stuff, maybe 2 times, I was trying to think back what it felt like, and it's been so long. I was thinking like, man, I wish I took more notes on what it felt like in that same moment. But I do remember the camaraderie you get from your teammates. That felt unparalleled. It's like you're there with your friends. You guys were winning. That just feels so good.
Yeah, the amount of pressure that you have leading up to the grand finals, and if it does get to a close final game, you gotta go somewhere with that energy. So it all comes out. We heard one of the players say bliss when you lift a trophy. It's like, that's it, you made it, done.
I mean, it's just the fact that you get to like, a game 5 and then the energy release. I think you forget about what you've just played, right? In the moment, you're just lifting trophy, you're enjoying it. Yep. I think both these teams, thankfully, they have the energy that if they were to get to the final lift a trophy, there's going to be just that excitement. You know, they mentioned it on the panel or in the middle of the stage, out with the old, in with the new. These are teams that it is the fresh players coming in, it is the new ideas, the new concepts. We aren't seeing the old guard kind of protect the trophies and prevent, you know, this is like kind of the new age of Dota, and it's an exciting major because it's so poetic of the 2 teams that we have here.
It really is. I would jump ahead a little bit on the series that is to come, because when you're saying out with the old, in with the new, I feel like we got the oldest player playing here at this very tournament in Moonmeander. We got the youngest player in BZM, and Jenkins, they are going up against each other. So it is quite something. And they both, of course, have a mix of old players and new players.
Yeah, they do. They've got their own ideas of Dota as well. I think both of these teams are very unique in that sense. OG, I don't know how you draft against these guys. It feels like they just pick Seb or whatever he wants to have fun with, and they'll just, whatever role that hero's supposed to be in, he'll just play it as a 5 position. And then he owns with it. So it's like, he's looking like a young buck, high skill player himself. And I was on the OG podcast, I actually got kicked off of that. Unfortunately, the VOD was deleted, so you can't watch it. But on the OG podcast, they were saying that Seb, he does these motivational speeches, and they just respond, cringe. That they don't even care. They're just like, yo, we're just here to play Dota. We just want to win. We're just going to go in there and play our game.
A little bit of term of endearment nowadays as well, maybe here and there. I hope it is. I really hope it is.
I think they just mess with each other also.
Yeah.
They've got that camaraderie. Cause you know,
really is.
They're buddies behind the scenes, you know.
I think they're buddies in front of the cameras as well, so they got that down for sure. Let's talk a little bit more about how we got these 2 teams specifically in the grand finals, because both of these teams started the tournament in the group stages with stand-ins, and it didn't look too good for either of them, Purge.
Yeah, it was slightly surprising to get to this moment. I think it was maybe easy to count them out earlier on, especially with how EG did. You kind of think like, maybe the whole region is weak, but TSM proved everybody wrong. They were winning their matches quite convincingly. They did defeat OG in the upper bracket as well to put them down. And then I tried to count OG out like 5 times, but they just keep showing like the momentum is clearly there.
Yeah.
They were going to go all the way to the finals, and now I feel like that momentum is still in their grasp.
It seems like they've really captured the spirit of like old OG. Somehow, you see like a brand new roster come in, and I think the moment we saw them at DPC, it's like, this is an OG team. You can just feel it with the players. Like, they've done a really good job. I don't know who is to blame for that, but they've done a really good job at getting players that like capture the identity of OG.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic run. TSM, I mean, once Saberlight came back as well, it seems like they have upgraded themselves onto making it to this grand finals here as well, T.
Yeah, I mean, there was a podcast like 2 weeks ago from OG where they're talking with Moonmeander, and there was a segment about like captaining and how they run the teams, and there was like this beautiful moment where Moonmeander back then, they didn't know they were going to be playing up against Seb, maybe Notel, so they're sharing like the stories of how they looked after their team, how they kind of brought them over the years, and then like, good luck in a couple weeks, mate. And now it's like, now they're playing against each other,
Yeah.
but they shared so many same stories about how bringing in the young players, giving them the ability to speak for themselves, but then using your experience to tailor it to the tournament at hand. You're not kind of forcing everything on them. And they shared so many kind of similarities in how they look after their team. And now, you know, they're both in the grand finals. So it's just so nice to see from like 2 weeks ago, this conversation has now transpired to be the finals of the major.
Bro, they're going to know each other. That's some like insider information
exactly.
right there.
Yeah.
Moon's just like, oh my God, I wish I didn't do that podcast.
100%.
I spilled all of the beans.
All of the beans. And he tweeted yesterday, Moonmeander did. He said, why does it feel like I just played the entire Western Europe DPC?
Because he did.
Because he's only
did.
the European teams. The upper bracket run has been like EU, and he's been slapping them down every time. And now OG, they've got the whole of Europe to go, okay, we got to beat NA now. They've just been destroying us every step of the way.
Yeah, and I do want to talk a little bit about the crowd as well, because it has been quite evident that maybe the crowd's a little bit more OG favored. There's nothing wrong with having favorites, guys. Let's put that first and foremost. I wonder, Purge, do you feel like it has an effect on the players playing?
I think for a lot of teams, maybe it would, but I feel like TSM is very experienced as a whole. Something Misery said the other night, he thinks that one of the newer players, Saberlight, that he's untiltable. So there's another case of somebody, he went 0-5 on his Enigma game, they still won at a really early time.
And his performance was insane in that game too. Like,
yeah,
he carried.
Maybe not the start, but if you can have that terrible early game performance and not put the stress of the game on you, I feel like that's the kind of player, even if he's one of the new ones, that's going to be able to just shed off the, oh, that's fine. The crowd likes OG, I don't care, I'm still going to play amazing.
How do you become untiltable?
You get level 30 heroes on like 15 heroes. You play so many games. You've been in all these possible scenarios.
He's also like ranked 3 too. Like Saberlight is one of these guys that he's like, it's gonna sound really weird. He's like too nice and too human to be like rank 3. You know what? Like, he's so high rated that you think the guy's just like a Dota robot, but he's got so much personality. I feel like he's won over a lot of people that weren't TSM fans that are now TSM fans. There's a lot of people that are like 50-50 now. It's like they don't know who they want to win. The feelings are, it's confusing, you know? You want everybody to win.
I think the relatable missing high five and then high five yourself was
very relatable, yes.
Definitely a very good point to make him have more fans here in the audience and for people watching at home. I can't wait to see what is going to come out of this grand finals and the type of Dota we're going to see. We are one step closer to getting this grand finals underway.
Love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Come fly with me, let's fly away. Come fly with me, let's fly. Pack up, let's fly away.
Cool shirt.
Thanks, man. What? Wasn't me.
Cool shirt.
It is a nice shirt.
That is a nice shirt.
Makes you want to walk like this.
No fees or minimums and no overdraft fees are another reason banking with Capital One is an even easier decision than this.
I'll take Barkley.
Yes! Yep, even easier than that. What's in your wallet?
Jack Links presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Watch this.
Don't mess with other snacks. Choose Jack Link's jerky made with 100% beef.
Ja Morant, what can't you do?
Designing and modeling his own line of Hulu Couch Leisure. Wow.
Who knew that Hulu Plus Live TV came with over 75 live channels for sports, news, and entertainment?
Just like cable.
I love it.
This is dumb. How much is Hulu paying them for this?
Hulu has live TV. Money.
Hi. Oh, actually, one second.
game world or real world, seatbelts save lives.
Adventure Day 1. Today, I met the world's largest cat. Ni no Kuni is filled with so many incredible sights. Ni no Kuni, Crossworlds. Pre-register now.
That is right. TSM FTX, they are in the grand finals here. They made it all the way through the upper bracket, and OG, they come from the lower bracket. They have had a trial by fire, but once they beat Fnatic out, they haven't lost a single game since. Quite the glow up for this squad indeed, and we have a best of 5 between these two teams ahead of us. And we're going to focus our attention first on TSM because, you know, it's not the first time that NA gets to be in a grand finals. Better yet, the last 3 other majors, we had an NA representative in the grand finals every single time. However, EG fell short. This time around, though, it's a different team purge, so perhaps the curse is broken?
I don't really believe in curses. I mean, we see patterns. The only curse that's real is that OG is destroying right now, so it's looking scary for TSM, because from my perspective, it just feels like that you can't stop their drafts. There's like always something that they can do to beat it. So I don't know. But I think TSM has a really good chance.
I think for me, it's more about the story of TSM, right? A stack that's stuck together throughout the years. They're able to get a sponsorship eventually from an NA organization, and then they come to a major, put all of them together, and get to the finals. It's just proof of what the DBC can do, can motivate teams, and with the correct support, you can make it. So 3 slots for NA next season? Or region or tour, sorry?
What a story that would be. That might end up actually getting Quincy Crew a sponsor.
Yeah, exactly.
if TSM comes in, they take a team, and then all of a sudden they just win the next major. The first major on LAN after like 2.5 years. Like, that would be pretty insane.
It is a pretty crazy run if you think about it. Yeah, Team Undying previous season, it was the same roster. So this very roster for TSM was previously Team Undying. It was created for the DPC previous season, so the 2021 season, if you will. January, these guys are like, let's do it together. Fine. They came together and it was going well. They became top 3 in NA. And unfortunately, they stayed top 3 in NA, which basically means that you don't get to go to any majors, but you do get to go to TI Purge.
If you win the qualifier, and they did.
Yes, and they did.
So they went to TI, they went positive in the group stage, so because they had no actual major experience recently, it was surprising that they went positive. You just thought, oh, 3rd best, maybe they're not going to do so well. So they had a good run. They lost first round of their stage match, so they do have LAN experience in that sense.
Their group stage was really good too. Like, I think out of all the NA teams, they looked like they had the best group stage.
They did.
They did indeed, and we have a little bit more insight about how this team performs when they are maybe considered the underdog by Saberlight.
I think being a comeback team is mainly about mentality. What I realized at this tournament is that at any point in a Dota game, you have a 50% chance to win, because you're either going to win or you're going to lose, and it's 50-50 because there's only 2 options. So even if you're 3 racks down, it's still 50%. So, you know, even when we're playing against Gladiators, we're 2 racks down, I was like, you know, guys, 50% chance to win, we can do this, obviously. But I think it's also really nice that, like, winning these games you're not supposed to win, it's very scary for all the other teams, because then even if they're winning, they're actually like feeling, okay guys, we can still lose this. This is like very scary. We need to keep, like, we keep them on their toes.
You can't help but like this guy. Don't worry, regardless, you're gonna go in a Dota game, 50-50 every time.
That is the worst logic that I've ever heard. He fits right into NA math right there. However, great attitude.
Yeah.
Great PMA attitude. And, you know, one thing about this team is that I remember Moonmeander did an interview, and he said that he went through it looking at new players for Team Undying because, you know, they're top 3 in NA. They could basically have their pick. And player for player, he went through and he could not find somebody that he would genuinely rather play with on the team other than his teammates, including himself, because he was trying to also coach. He wanted to coach this team and then find somebody to play his role. So he was right. I mean, it seems to be working so far.
It seems to work. This guy also, again, I mean, apparently does never tilt. It's a perfect guy to have on LAN.
I mean, it's super important. He even mentioned in the interview that second game against Gaimin Gladiators, when it's the Monkey King jumping into the tree line, there's one opportunity to win that game. Saberlight, after a rough game, finds the arena, gets the kill, and they win the game, right? So the fact that they've stuck together, they aren't replacing anyone, they find that kind of camaraderie, that teammanship, that's what you need to be able to have comebacks. It's because they've been together for so long, they're still being able to keep it PMA when they are down, and that's why I'm just so excited for this grand finals. I want to see some comebacks.
I think that relentless positivity is really what they need right now too, because he was talking about what it's like to be the underdog. Well, despite them coming from the winner bracket, I feel like they're the underdog right now with OG's momentum. So if he still truly believes in the 50-50, that's what he's going to need to somehow beat all of the tools that OG are using to just beat every team.
Yeah, OG has been beating every team, so they got their workouts out for them for sure. Let's hear a little bit more from OG Seb before the series.
All the not the interviews about me, I mean, he's just trying to get under my skin, you know, telling me that I'm gonna feed or that I'm a one hero player. It doesn't matter what he says. I know he's a hater. He will always be a hater of mine, and I'm hoping to prove him wrong today.
Okay, so
I think he's a terrible coach too, by the way. We're super happy, super hyped. I think the excitement level right now is really high, and we're gonna have to manage it a bit because obviously we need to go into the finals against such a strong team as TSM with a clean slate. First series against them went wrong. We were a different team back then, I think. I mean, we were the same team, but we didn't, you know, it was like the beginning of the learning curve for us. We went through the whole lower bracket, getting stronger after every series. You know, we also got stumped by Tundra in the group stage, and today we 2-0 them. I'm not saying the same is going to happen with TSM, but we're definitely going to show a different version of this team, and we'll see if they can deal with it or not. I mean, I really want to thank everybody for the incredible support. I think this is the first time in my life that I feel so much support from the crowd. Usually it's quite the opposite. It's been the opposite in the past, and it feels really amazing, and I want to thank you guys for that.
OG definitely has a lot of support in the crowd as well. I hope we're going to have cheers for both squads, audience, by the way. Just want to point that out. I want to also hear more from TSM. Let's hear from Brian.
I don't know. We're just very happy to play, you know. We're like, even like win or lose, we're like really grateful and happy to be here. So it's an honor to like play against OG, play against like the two times TI winner Seb. So it's gonna be awesome. I think these games are gonna be close. I think we're hoping for a 5-game series. It's gonna be hype, but let's go TSM.
Let's go TSM indeed. He looked very pumped there in that pregame. That was only taken a couple of moments ago. I would imagine right at this time, how do you keep your cool, Jenkins? How do you feel? How do you think the teams are doing backstage?
I think there's going to be a motivational speech going on on both sides. Maybe on the OG side, it's going to be ignored by the younger players. But I think, you know, Moonmeander, he's back there pumping up his boys, but, you know, not to the degree that they're going to be too pumped up. Because I remember during the DPC tiebreakers, when they lost to EG, they had just won the series. They were like, oh, we had too much energy for that. So it's all about, you know, keeping it at that right level. And in Moonmeander, he's expressed he knows what that level is, and he's going to keep his team there.
What energy do you think they got for this game then against OG? Because against EG, it was like super hyped up, pumped up, right?
Against
for OG, do you think they're going to go like classical opera music pump, like calm, or go super hype?
It's hard to say with this team. They're so hard to predict, man. These like weird drafts, weird plays. Amara going Midas Razor. Doesn't feel like Dota. It doesn't feel like Dota, but they're in the grand finals.
They do it every single time. They have just smashed their way to this very point, and we have made it all the way to this very point indeed. It is about that time. It is about that time to start off this grand finals in style. Before anything else, let's hear some words from a very, very beloved member of our Dota 2 community. It's Dendi.
My life changed completely on 24 February when Russia invaded Ukraine. everything changed for us, for Ukraine, for Ukrainians. A lot of cities struggle on the east part of Ukraine. A lot of people escaping and trying to find a safe place right now in Ukraine, you know, and a lot of them, they don't know if they're gonna come back ever, you know, and they don't know if their house not gonna be ruined, because a lot of houses actually got destroyed in different parts of Ukraine, and people lost their life. Like, they need to start all over again, and it's also very tough, very horrible. Like, it's actually hard for me to even talk. Oh, wait. First 20 days of war, I had some kind of depression in a way. It was very hard for me to get any joy from anything. But after some time passed, I think that actually Dota helped me in a way. I started playing it more and more. I started practicing more, playing more games, and it helped me to get distracted from war. I think it can help a lot of people in difficult times. That's another reason why I love this game, and this game helped me and I guess many other people in difficult times. So the way you can help Ukrainians right now and Ukraine, it's not only with donations. You can also help refugees. You can help refugees with any useful information. You can speak to Ukrainian people and just ask them how they're doing. If you have any Ukrainian friends, it's very helpful. Also, it's very important to spread the information, to get the information about war and spread it to your friends, to close ones, what's going on here in Ukraine. And that's what we are doing with my team right now. Yeah. Sorry I'm not there with you. We didn't have a LAN tournament for a very long time, so this is the time when we group up with our families and friends and enjoying some beautiful Dota. Thanks to ESL, we're having Dota Rebirth, and I hope every one of you are gonna enjoy this time, and yeah, stay strong, everybody.
here today.
There's a bird over there. I didn't even say, hey, how you doing? Anyway, congratulations, everybody. Our teams are going to be coming to the arena right now. You are ready to see the best in the world of Dota 2.
It's going to be the best Dota we've seen here all week. It's going to be almost the best we've seen maybe the whole year since 27 months, because what's really better, there's nothing that can top Dota with a crowd on a stage. So happy to be back. Let's get ready. It's grand finals time here for the Stockholm Major.
Love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Birthday breakfast in bed.
Best roommate ever. This is so weird. I just dreamt this.
Dreamt what?
You bringing me breakfast in bed?
That is weird. So what happened?
Well, you ended up giving me all your cinnamon delights because you love me. Aww.
Yeah, that definitely was a dream.
Was it though?
Give your morning something to celebrate with Taco Bell's new $5 Bell Breakfast Box.
Why?
All our streaming subscriptions are adding up. I need to cut back.
Hold up. You don't have to sacrifice. State Farm has raised to fit your budget.
Subscribe. Unsubscribe.
Whatever. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror and I go like
to the grand finals of the ESL Stockholm Major. That is right, my beautiful crowd. This is the one to remember, my friends. Now, everybody at home, they are asking themselves, they are wishing, begging that they could have been here. And I want them to feel the experience now. Please, Stockholm, give me everything you got. Are you ready for the grand finals? We are back, baby! Fantastic! We are about to get underway for the greatest Dota that you have seen this season yet. But before that, let's take a look at this beautiful piece.
At this point, we don't really care who we meet in the finals, because I mean, we already beat everybody. So like, yeah, we don't care. We're super confident that we can beat anyone. I think the atmosphere in our team is excellent and we play pretty good, so I think we're very confident.
Thinking, has his ultimate available, but Saberlight with the black hole and the death onto 2. Beautifully done from TSM as they are looking to go to the grand final.
When we lost to TSM in the playoffs, we learned a lot from those games, so the version that TSM will be facing will be much different than the first one.
Duraccio up on the high ground. What else are they looking for? Oh, the big avalanche after the shackle. Do they have enough damage to bring down the monkey? They do! And just like that, they turn it again.
At this point, there's no stopping us. These teams, it often feels like they're playing kind of slow, then we're just like smashing one team after the other.
Their strength is that they actually play more together than a lot of the teams here, but I don't think that will be enough for them. They need to play better as well.
Spotted out. There's a blade fury from Skeeter. Wukong's Commando, Yuragi, OG are here in numbers.
Of course, we're prepared to beat them.
We're winning this entire thing. You guys have no chance.
Alrighty, folks, the time has come. Please put your hands together for the last hope of North America in this NAEU Grand Finals. You know them, you love them. Will OG beat them? Never, ever bring them out! TSM! Their opponents, my friends, what would a major be without the underdogs coming to claim it all? And this team's done it so many times. That legacy lives on now. Can anyone stop them? We're about to find out. Bring me out OG!
faced each other way back. But both of them say, different teams. OG is saying, we've learned a lot since then, Jenkins. What have they learned?
They've learned a lot. I mean, it's hard to break down because what they're doing is so crazy. Like, it doesn't look like anything else that we've seen, which I feel like is a staple of OG, right? You look at this team and it's like they're completely breaking Dota. It started with Thompson. Now it's these new guys. You got Amar the fucker going Midas on offlane Razor. They really like his real name. Moonshard in the quick buy. I mean, these guys are crazy. If I could break it down, I'd be up there. I'd be playing against them.
Yeah. I mean, they were literally tweeting at each other that they're going to beat each other. They in the interview say polite, like no one's going to beat them. So there's going to be spicy tips, going to be spicy all chat. This is going to be an intense best of 5.
And the craziest thing too is that they've got that OG winning spirit on the draft as well. No Tail's coaching them. Seb is there. That is the thing that's so good about them historically in their tournaments. They learn, they get better, and they're going to be able to use that to potentially outdraft TSM. It's going to be tough.
Yep, and of course, the original OG, Moon Meander, was actually on that OG. He did the same thing going from lower bracket. He has some of that fire as well, T.
And it's good because Moon Meander actually, in his pubs, today at least, he's been playing some of the Windrunners and Enigmas. Look at him!
Yeah!
He needs to, he's realized that in a best of 5 grand finals against OG, you need to be able to play some of the best heroes that they got. He's preparing for that Enigma pos 4 potentially, stealing away that Seb Windrunner. He's getting him in.
We got some TSM sticker out right now. All right, okay.
I will say, both of these teams, all this energy in this arena right now, they'll take it and they'll implement it in their game, right, Purge?
They definitely should, and they probably will. I mean, already these are players that are crowd interacting before the match. They're getting set up. Everything has to be perfect, and they're amping everyone up. It's so good to be here.
It is incredibly good to be here. I do want to talk a little bit about the nitty-gritty Dota stuff, because that's also why we're here. We want to see some top-tier Dota to be played, and it starts with the draft. And yesterday, when we asked Crit about what would you do about this Wind Ranger, and he's like, well, you gotta choose your poison. There's a couple ones, because it's not just Wind Ranger T. You've also got the Razor, the Timbersaw. Who are you gonna
The Monkey King
The
now.
Monkey King, yeah.
Well, that's the thing, right? There's potential scenarios where you can give away the Timbersaw, but you pick the Monkey King yourself. That allows you to ban out the Windrunner. I think this will be the true tell. Game 1, how do they approach it? There's pretty much 4 or 5 heroes that you need to think about. You can only ban 2, and then you have to try and play for the other 3. So this is, I'm just excited for the draft in Game 1.
I mean, on the flip side, you now have to worry about an Enigma coming out from TSM. That looked insane. Yep. You've got, the Dubu Enchantress. You've got the TA, which has looked really good when Tomato's been playing it. A lot of these heroes are decently popular among teams, but we're not talking about the Pugnas and the Storms and these common openings that we saw for the entire tournament. Both of these teams have such a deep hero pool that you need to ban out, that it feels like it's just not going to happen. We're going to get to see a clash of the best heroes from both of these teams.
I think maybe the only hero that TSM's using right now that looks really good for them.
I like that one.
The one that OG isn't picking is probably Doombringer. And a lot of their series, they were picking it in their opener. Some teams, they skipped it as well, but that could be a hero that they try to use to exploit to take down OG in some teamfight advantages.
Yeah, and don't forget that Yuragi, he's got the biggest hero pool of the tournament so far. I think it's 16 heroes and, however many matches. It's disgustingly big, and that a deep pool of heroes, especially when you get to later portions of the draft, it could potentially surprise TSM when you're starting to pick up heroes that you haven't even played in the entire major yet.
So when we're looking at this series, is there anything in particular that you're going to look out for, Jenkins, in terms of player matchups? Because we have seen quite a few games where very early on in the game we have a 3v3 in the mid lane happening, so that is a little bit of spice. Any matchup in particular you are hyped for?
I do think both of these teams really value going for runes, so I think we will see the 3v3 in the mid lane. Of course, TSM coming from the NA region, they're constantly playing against Quinn from Quincy Crew, who, if he stands on a rune, it spawns there. So they're used to basically sending their supports to that lane, and they just played with him. So of course that's going to be some influence there. So yeah, I think mid lane, I think any lane Amar is in, I think that's a guy you need to look to shut down and potentially abuse, maybe get some Batrider versus the Timbersaw action, something like that.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Game 1 of this best of 5 OG and TSM draft has begun. So let's see what these two teams have in store for each other. We got the standard bans coming out.
Timber Razor.
They're gonna to be playing from the Radiant side in this first game, and they'll also have first pick, meaning OG gets overall last pick in Dire side, and they are thinking about what to ban next to the TK.
Make a statement, TSM. Just first pick OG's windrunner. You know, enter the grand final, just bam, take it from them.
That's a scary position to be in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
Most tournaments where that happens, the team that develops the prevailing top meta hero is usually the one that goes the longest with it, because they've had the whole
First pick the Enigma. I love it. I love this. They looked so good with this hero. Saberlight went like 0 and 6 or something on lane with it and still completely hard carried the game. Like this hero looks so good for these guys. And I also feel like the counters to Enigma, the traditional counters, they're not that good. No. What are you gonna pick? Silencer? Like
Winter Wyvern's not so hot.
Not so hot. Like you're gonna
Warlock,
have.
You didn't even mention it. No.
Warlock is not. I mean, that's
not a hero.
Not a hero.
That's not a hero. So, I mean, we'll see. It is OG. This is the team that, you know, Windrunner was also not a hero prior to this event, and now it's, you know, first phase, so.
Only for one team, though.
Only for, I mean, they made it to the grand finals. I see the numbers going up in pubs, so there's a lot of pub running going on out there. Thanks for that, by the way, Seb.
All right, they get some nice AoE, which can set them up against the Enigma, all prior to Blink or BKB, while giving them a good lane. And then their second hero, what will it be?
I mean, the thing for OG here is the second pick, right? So this Kun could be flexed between mid and carry. This Enigma for TSM, we've just shown that Moon has been practicing it on the 4, so it's a 4-3 flex, but it's going to be primarily in that lane. If Kun is in safe lane, poof, clear up the Eidolons, you don't care, right?
I was thinking this is probably more than likely a Yuragi Kun, just to clear the Eidolons.
And there it is. Unbeaten, undefeated hero in the hands of Seb.
So the value of Windranger right now is certainly the shard, and what they do with it is when they invade their opponents, normally when your smoke breaks, you're like, boy, I hope I have a blink dagger so I can initiate. But now they're just like, oh, I'll just counteract all of your movement for 6 seconds in a giant AoE, and that almost always guarantees them getting at least one pick off.
Yeah, the interesting thing about that ability is that whenever a fight starts, it just takes all of the backliners that would normally be safe, that are in good positions, and pulls them into a horrible position with the frontliners. So these Grimstrokes and Lions and squishy supports are just feeding. They're just getting mopped up in the fights.
It's almost like they're solving their need to dive the backline with a 5-position hero and a 1400 gold shard. That's insane value. You don't have to pick Storm Spirits, Void Spirits, whatever. You just push them out of position, you win your fight.
Yeah, TSM response time, overwhelming team fight now. You mentioned how at Mages, at LAN, you want to have the big spells, because when you get the nerves kicking in, having that insurance policy of the Rolling Thunder or Black Hole, it is going to be that security policy. So they're going to be pretty happy. You know, Brow, especially on this Pangolier, he's been popping off one of the best Pangoliers at the event so far.
And they ban out the puck, a nice counter against the Pango, so that should allow him to play a much better game. If he had to deal with like Dream Coil and X combo afterwards, that would be really scary for him.
Yeah, before the series earlier where OG played Bloodseeker offlane, I'd argue TSM could have avoided banning it, but because that they've shown it in the offlane, I think maybe they might look towards that hero as well.
That sounds pretty good. Back to your theory about team fighting, I also think like naturally in very stressful environments, think about the pressure that's going to be on you if you're, you know, in the first LAN in 2.5 years on the stage in the grand finals. Like, you feel this immense pressure, and what do you do when you feel pressure and anxiety? It's like you go to your teammates, right? Yeah. And if you're gonna run at your teammates, that's where the team fighters are massively powerful compared to these pickoff heroes, because everybody's 5-manning.
There's always a chance of a comeback as well. It will always have you give that hope in the back of your mind. Like, don't worry, even if you're down, one good Ravage is all it takes to come back.
Yeah, this is the 50-50 hero.
Yep, absolutely.
They continue to ban out some of Mamar's heroes, with the Viper getting banned here. He seems like the player of the tournament to me in terms of his ability to just always win the lane in a huge way, and then find these moments where it kind of looks ambiguous about who should go fight, and he just starts charging in, and just that initial being ahead of everyone else in the game moment gives them the ability to get kills, take towers, take objectives. So I just feel like you do have to keep banning his heroes. He wins lanes, and he just leads his team into victories.
Yeah, he like directs the game if he wins his lanes, and he tends to win the lane because he has 1,000 games on all of these heroes that he likes to play.
But the key thing here for TSM at least is when Amar doesn't win his lane, his ability to then come back into the game isn't like other offlaners, it's mode farm. Get the Midas.
It is mode farm.
AFK on one side of the map, you might kill him a couple of times, but he wants to get to his item timings. So if TSM punish him there, then they have a big window to start punishing the fact that
his team is ready. OG though, this iteration of OG seems very good at enabling that though.
Because like Yuragi's sacrificial in the
Yuragi can play sacrificial.
Like if Mar's having a tough time, Yuragi's the one TPing mid on some CK, punching the mid lane with, and then just going from there.
Yeah.
They're taking a little bit of time now. Are there any of the usual suspects other than the Bloodseeker still in the pool that we should be keeping on our radar here?
I mean, the Cuddle is going to provide really good counter pressure against towers, and then Enchantress is really good at setting tempo and taking towers as well. So maybe OG a little bit worried about things that are going to accelerate or slow down the game in extreme ways.
Maybe Tidehunter. I'm thinking about Amar heroes. He's usually plays the same things. He's got his favorites. There's do we still have, is Mars still in the pool?
Mars is also
Mars
still
is still in the pool.
Yep.
All right. I mean, it's not so good against Pango, but neither is Tidehunter. You know, both of those heroes don't like the magic immunity that Pango brings and the, you know, constant stunning. Like Tidehunter can't crack and shell that off, but still, it's overwhelming team fight versus overwhelming team fight. A Tide would be fun, at least for us.
Yeah, still Slardar too, but not looking the best right now.
I think for TSM, you could easily go for like a Treant style 5 and just kind of keep the lanes pushed out, just AFK, get your items, and then you can win the game. But for OG, they're the team that at minute 7, they're happy to go as 5. So you either have overwhelming fight for the minute 7, or you just keep the towers alive so when they start skirmishing and coming, that you're already ready to kind of repel them.
Maybe that's the plan. You win the game before Windranger can buy the shard physically.
That's so smart. That makes a lot of sense.
Unless they like double Roche really fast so they can get a
I think
Shadow Shaman, right?
Yeah.
Drafting your entire team to beat a 15-minute timing for a 5 position is definitely really solid gameplay.
It doesn't feel good.
They will go for the Rubik. It will allow them to steal the black hole. It will be definitely a crowd favorite game here with a lot of plays.
So Taiga still gets to play Enigma. That's
Yep, he still does. They ended up banning out the Bane in the last phase there, of course, TSM. They haven't shown yet where they're going to put that Enigma, but Moonmeander and Dubu, both, especially Dubu, both good Bane players, of course.
The nice thing about being able to flex the Enigma is that they can pick it first phase, and then they can still expend all of their bans for like non-Enigma counters. Because if you have a 5-position Enigma or a 4-position Enigma, and you just hold one guy, and you don't get it stolen because it's in a skirmish, not a team fight, it doesn't matter as much.
They go back for one of the patch favorites, the Pugna, for some damage reduction here. It looks actually pretty good because OG is pretty spell damage based at the moment. And then Wraith King, in terms of laning stage, he's pretty happy too. It'll be fine, and he's going to be happy to jump that backline and kill Rubik.
Yeah, especially when you have heroes like Enigma and Pangolier, you need heroes to go in first for you. So in that mid game, Wraith King will be the one that will be entering the fight, getting the vision, understanding where heroes are located, so that Saberlight is able to get those good black holes off.
Yeah, this will be their first Wraith King that TSM...
He's been trying for like 3 days.
Oh my god.
There's the Amar Underlord.
And now, because you picked your Wraith King early, you get this Underlord response, and Wraith King really kind of hates playing into Underlord. Just skeletons never really get to hit the tower.
This sucks, yeah.
Underlord just free farms.
Well, it's like the skeletons respawn, and then you get more damage for killing them a second time. Yeah, this is a free farming Underlord sort of game right now. There's not really much to counter him here.
At least the lane looks fine for both of them. I don't really feel like either's going to get a huge amount of kills necessarily, so that can be some of the weaknesses when you pick Pugna, is that your carry sometimes struggles because you don't really have a good ability to get kills. You don't really have a good ability to defend yourselves other than Nether Wards. So I think both teams will be okay with TSM safe lane and OG's off lane.
You know, for TSM, Brile has not played it in a long time, but I do remember during a lot of the tours of DPC when Bat was really strong, he was playing it at that point. It looks like a really good Bat game. It destroys Kunkka and the Underlord as in the core-to-core matchup, or, you know, Leshrac is like a, you know, a scuffed version of Bat Rider. It's the same thing. It's like these heroes have physical tankiness, but you just cannot take the magic damage.
TSM don't have overall last pick in the draft, so to do this, they're then flexing the Pangolier to like off lane, Enigma 4, picking their mid.
That's what I was thinking, yeah, that's what I think they should do.
This, shout out to the one guy that hates me saying this word, this casual Kunkka pick that is being flexed to the very end of the draft, it's gonna hinder TSM a little bit.
For sure, they removed the BZM Invoker first of all.
10 seconds. Would have been pretty solid mana drain against Wraith King. Can get you a couple of easy kills. It's easier to pick and choose fights. You can chain disable Pango to stop him from rolling if you initiate first, and until Enigma gets BKB too, he's also going to have to be careful when he tries to go in. So I think it would have been a really good hero.
You probably voice for it as well, if for OG at least, for mid lane. A hero that can just quickly cut to the back line. I think it's a great matchup against Pugna. You can never really stand still and kind of decrep and, you know, life drain.
They still end up removing the Shadow Shaman, just in case they were thinking of ending early with a lot of Roshans. Who knows? But there's of course a lot of flex on the side of TSM.
10 seconds remaining.
And they are respecting it.
It would have definitely accelerated the game a lot more in terms of killing towers, because right now they've got Eidolons and they've got Pugna a little bit, but they don't have the best tower hitters in the early game before they get BKBs, because OG's just going to be landing boat combos, landing Firestorm, pulling them back into the Firestorm and the Pit of Malice again. It just feels like it's going to be difficult for TSM to commit to killing towers.
Using all of the reserve time at the last ban. It's tough because you don't know what's mid or what's carry.
Yeah, it's so difficult for TSM.
They're gonna run out of time as well. One other mid-hero to be banned, most likely. Of course, again, Kunkka being a little bit flexed, but we are still expecting it to be played by Yuragi, right?
I assume so, yeah. I mean, they picked it right away in response to the Enigma, but Batrider would have been pretty powerful too. Pugna can't really stop him from killing him or his friends other than by reducing damage, and could have been scary for Pango. Definitely Enigma has to worry about that if he wants to defend himself. He's got a black hole in a lot of cases. And there's that ban against TSM that did sneak out often in some of their first phases. No Doom here.
No Doom here. There's the Death Prophet. That is still a lot of extra pressure coming out for those towers. So if you look to set a high tempo with that.
Yeah, but they're also keeping it a little bit ambiguous, right? This Death Prophet, we've seen it have much more success in the mid lane, but still easily could be in a different role. And now Pango, Enigma, and DP all kind of up in the air.
Yep.
So this last pick value from OG, it kind of goes down a little bit. I would probably argue you want Kunkka now maybe in that carry role, and then you pick up a different mid lane to deal with DP.
Yeah.
I like that hero so much. I mean, with BKB or Yules, he protects himself against a lot of the disables that are really annoying out of the OG side. Shackle Shot's still a problem, obviously, but he's going to do percentage-based damage that heals him against an Underlord and against a Kunkka. And until Wraithpack comes out, they're not really reducing that.
There's a Lina at the end of it all.
That's a solid pick. I was looking at BZM's hero pool from the major so far, and none of them would do well against this potential mid DP. But a casual Lina, you put in the mid lane, you can easily scale to be a carry. You get quick BKB, you can take the fight, you can actually defend the sieges when DP hits 6. It's going to work out.
Yeah, for a long time, I remember Lina was considered to be like the DP counter because she's one of the few heroes that you can actually burst the DP after she's ulted or before she's ulted. Because with DP, it's like if you let her survive for more than 2 seconds, she just heals the full HP and then kills your entire team. And so you need to burst her.
And it's a rare mid hero that can bring carry potential, so it allows them to put the Kunkka against the Enigma like they wanted to kill the Eidolons, and they still get a normal mid hero, and they're going to have enough carry potential to bring that T1 sort of style of carry from the mid.
And if you just black hole to carry Kunkka, there's still a Lina that can carry. Like having a single core, in the game against Enigma feels horrible. You just hole them every time.
I have avoided asking this question the entire day so far, but do we have a favorite after this draft?
I'm not cursing anybody. I'm not cursing this one. I'm actually not going to.
All right.
I don't know.
No, we don't know. That's good, though. Nobody knows. And that's good. Otherwise, we didn't have a great game of Dota on our hands. And we do have a great game of Dota on our hands, made extra great by Odie Pixel and Fog.
Yes, hello ladies and gentlemen, hello Stockholm, and welcome to the grand finals here as we're getting ready for TSM FTX to go up against OG. Fog, we just had the draft. What do you make of this? Again, we're seeing that win ranger get through the draft, but on the side of TSM FTX, every reason to believe that they've got a really solid lineup, and ending it with this Death Prophet could allow them to really apply some early pressure and match sort of the pace that OG's been taking over the games against some of the previous teams.
Felt like it's something they needed at the end of the draft there. No ways to really take buildings, no way to take objectives easily, so cleaning it up with that pick for Saberblade at the end looks like it could be pretty good. Lots of skirmishing I think is going to be going on in this game. The picks, faster cooldowns than usual on the side of OG, not really relying on any of those long durations, while TSM a little bit more focused on that big team fight that could come out later on.
Here we go as we get ourselves into the action. Already TSM FTX starting things off with a smoke.
And a nice little tip, of course, good luck friendos. It's a very friendly bout right here. A lot of trash talk was going on the Twitter and whatnot between them, but it's friendly bands.
Now, one of the reasons why it's going to be so much fun seeing these two teams face off against each other in the grand finals. We've heard the confidence in-game and out-game from their players. Both teams absolutely with the belief that they have what it takes to become the champion.
Very curious to see how much damage mitigation. I know it's something we talked a lot about in this tournament, but looking at the drafts that we have from both sides, right? We have Shield Crash, we have the Pugna, the Nether Ward, we're probably gonna have Wraith Pact, side of OG, Atrophy Aura, Kunkka Rum, Fade Bolt, Reduction, lots of different ways to just stall out these fights from both sides. So yeah, we're in for a treat.
Absolutely. I mean, there's the potential for black holes to come out from both sides this game, which is always something to look out for. And it's those sort of big, impactful ultimates that can make the difference when it comes to crunch time in a grand finals. See, around the runes. Doesn't look like anybody's going to be able to get a grab on each other. So looking at the lanes that we're going to have set up.
OG's got 3 at least.
Oh, they didn't.
A little slight advantage.
They are going to have that little bit of a bonus. And in terms of the matchups, who are you most concerned for? You know, with the last few picks coming in towards the end of the draft, do you think anyone's going to have a tough time early on?
Gotta be honest, I kind of like OG's lanes across the board. All 3 look pretty solid. They just have to watch out how they play with the Eidolons top, in particular versus the Kunkka Cleave, of course. Bottom, also, just careful how you summon your skeletons versus the Underlord, just because he can build up that damage. It could get a bit problematic, so I think all 3 lanes look pretty good for OG.
And we'll see how well Braille can do at the start, where he's never too much fun being a melee hero against Alina, especially when it's in the hands of a strong player such as BZM. But Braille, he has been popping off on his Pango before.
Not a traditional hero for BZM, though.
No, for sure. A bit of a change up towards the end. I mean, OG must have seen sort of the strength that this hero can have sort of in the overall game. I mean, what do you sort of feel that Lina does offer as a hero in this sort of draft that OG's running?
They had to have something that's going to be able to burst the DP, and if they did put the Death Prophet in mid, have that good lane. Of course, TSM, they did switch things up, making sure that the Pango is going to be mid, throwing Saberlight top. It's going to be this advantageous matchup for BZM, and he's going to just always be able to burst DP, and I think just like Panel was saying, secondary, third type of core that OG tends to go for. So it doesn't matter if one person gets black holed, if they focus on the Kunkka, he'll be able to provide some damage as well.
See down bottom, some good harassment here thrown the way of Tiger. Over, of course, on the other side of the map, Moon. He's going to head towards the jungle. Is this top lane sort of an area where Saberlight is going to feel pretty safe in on his own, or could he be a threat of dying?
I think he could definitely be a threat of dying. Torrent connects, they have enough chase and control to be able to get him if he does step up too far. It's a bit of a speedy hero, of course, the Death Prophet, but yeah, just that much chain stun. Tons of damage between these two as well. I think this is the right choice, though. I think Moon, like we were mentioning, has to be very careful. Doesn't want to be feeding Eidolons to that Kunkka.
Absolutely. In OG, they do have that good vision around near the tower, so they'll have a clear read of when, you know, Saberlight is a little far out from the tower and away from any potential backup coming in to help him. So he's got to be careful. So far in the mid lane, 12 for 1 on Braille.
He's doing great. He's got his bottle already finished up, so he'll get water runes. He'll be able to sustain through the spam. And bottom, they're doing an excellent job of just really spamming their abilities. Like, look at Tomato and Dubu. Completely out of mana to try to pressure OG. Taiga and Amar do have full mana, though, and quite a bit of regen built up.
And this is sort of a lane where, you know, at what point does the Underlord become a bit too much for the Wraith King to farm into, would you feel?
I think it starts getting a bit harder at level 3. Yep. They have the double, you know, level 2 Fade Bolt plus the level 2 Firestorm, or if he does get attributes, it can make Tomato have a bit more difficulty. But so far, I mean, Dubu doing an excellent job. We saw, of course, there the consumables that were spent, bringing tons of regen and mangoes.
Top lane, a little bit of a setup here, but Saberlight's got the 2 points to the Cypher, so a good amount of heal coming out as he's able to back off.
He's going to be impacted by this. You see already his last hit 7-1 because Moon is jungling, but this does feel like the right move for Moon Meander at the moment. Even taking bounty runes, denying them away from OG, since he's playing into the enemy jungle.
Absolutely. I mean, you can see on the CS, sure, it's not lane creeps, but, you know, neutral-wise, the amount that Moon's getting, it's a good amount. This is going to be a solid start for Moon to get some good early items online on the Enigma.
And it's always really important when you see up top Saberlight, he has a double creep wave pushing into him, so now he's going to catch up on those last hits very nicely. So far, so good for TSM in this laning phase. And Pango not beating Alina, but coming out even versus Alina is pretty significant. Also, definitely have to point out that they did block the small camp, OG's small camp that is, so Lina won't have that to be able to accelerate her farm, while Bryle does.
And we'll see over in the jungle, of course, Seb, he's headed over to try and push Moon away from this point that he's been taking away quite a lot of the camps with. Here's Courier also taken out here, Seb. Has to be a little careful, of course. Once he does have the Wim run outside of that, the damage from the Eidolons does add up against him.
Checking runes. Bryle will be able to get the top one. And they have the shackles, they can.
The setup. They've got enough mana for the Lightstrike Array. Has Bryle got anything to get out? They've still got a Fairy Fire and a Water Rune, so he should be fine here. In fact, he's thinking about turning. He's going to jump back in. He still has the Fairy Fire. If he gets
what a play.
There it is. Bryle gets first blood, the Fairy Fire as well, allowing him to walk this one off. Excellently done that. I mean, saving that Fairy Fire at the last moment as well. Really trying to sell OG on the idea that they could get him, but at the end of the day, they could not. He gets first blood and he gets out.
BZM just did not have enough mana by any means. Did use the stun instead of using the nuke, so Brian will be able to play around that one. Very nicely done. That is the dream. A Pango doing this well versus Alina getting a first blood. He's going to be off to a corrosion. So having this type of early advantage as a Pango versus Alina also is going to be impactful later on because he's going to be able to get on top of her easier. It's going to be a lot tankier. So very important for TSM FTX that this is happening right now.
Yeah, very impressive. Laning here from Brawl in the first 5 minutes. Over in the jungle, they will try and do something about Moon, and with that sort of setup, they'll definitely take him out. BZM is able to swing across, he'll get the benefit of the kill. I mean, but yeah, Moon knows, you know, when he's in this area, eventually he's going to get taken out. And it does take quite a bit of focus where you have 3 heroes from OG moving over to get rid of the Enigma.
Even putting a ward down, right? Like Seb just keeping tabs on him, putting the ward too. Things being expended just to deal with this Enigma, which means, look at Saberlight. He's kind of free farming.
He's having a great time.
Almost
he's having a great time. Indeed, that solo XP is getting out of the lane as well. So it's going to be a pretty big death profit. And as you said, you know, Voji's focus, they're trying to draft heroes that would be able to burst him. If he gets a good start, it will be hard to 100 to 0. In the mid, they'll hold back Briar with the Light Strike Array BZM. Thanks to you can't lead in with the Rolling Thunder. And a good job as well. If Briar was able to get that connection, highly likely that the two of them would be able to run down the Lina.
It's pressure on 2 fronts. Now, Saberlight's actually keeping mid to back up this push and try to go for mid tower.
I mean, OG's going to try and defend. They're turning up in the numbers, but they're going to have to deal with the pressure of this exorcism.
Catapult's still alive.
It's going to be a serious amount of damage. Seb at the side already being pushed back by Moon. Jump forward with the shield crash. Brings Seb down low. I mean, OG, they're watching, but not a whole lot they could do to push back TSM FTX. And 6 minutes in, it's going to be the tower going down. They will be able to blow up Briar with the combo. Laguna Blade drop to take down the Pango. But this is an early Tier 1 tower here for TSM.
That is one of the fastest, if not the second fastest Tier 1 I think I've seen.
I think the fastest was around 5 minutes 50, so this one being just 20 seconds slower. An incredible speed here from TSM FTX with that first movement. And pretty much enabled by the fact that they'd set up that top lane so well. You know, Moon making sure that Saberlight got the free farm, got the levels, hits that 6 at a good time, and is able to come in with that sort of early play.
Yeah, it's very remarkable. And also they're getting the greed, right? Like Moon's able to get some farm. Sure, potentially going to die here as well, but...
I mean, they're really putting a lot. The 3 of them, they're going for Moon. They should get him, but you can't help but feel that he's been quite the nuisance here for OG. It's taking a lot of resources to deal with the Enigma.
Space main, right? So much attention being brought in. Like, taking a look at a lane that we haven't really ventured too much. Amar, we are seeing him doing very well, but also Tomato not getting pressured. Even with the Pugna rotating so much from TSM FTX, he's doing great in that 1v1 matchup. And look at the speed. They're now making the way toward top. Don't know if they can kill Yuragi, unless they have Bryle in particular there.
But smooth down bottom Moon. It's going to turn up and... yeah, they're probably not going to get a kill out of this one. 3 points in the passive, and Mars more than fine. Obviously that timing you have to watch out for. 35 seconds for the next exorcism. And you can absolutely imagine that Saberlight's going to be going straight for another tower.
No natural way to push on OG. They have good ways to deep push with the Underlord and with Lina and the Rubik, but besides that, they don't really have good ways to hit towers themselves. They kind of have to just win a fight to be able to do that. And we're seeing TSM, as we mentioned it, kind of kicking up the pace, checking these runes. OG.
Always going to be an Arcane Rune top. Bryle with the Rolling Thunder out in time. Yuragi will be the one to grab the Arcane Rune. Was a little concerned that TSM FTX would be able to get it themselves. It does mean that BZM won't have that to play with.
Have to control these water runes early.
Now that timing, as we talked about, the ult's back up. OG, they've got to be prepared to turn up for defense on this tier 1 top lane. As mid gets the setup, they've got the burst with the Laguna. Bryle's shield crashing away.
Not enough.
That is not enough indeed. Last charge of the bottle will save him, and Bryle's able to get back to base.
And immediately top. When they see anything used, they're going to go for this tower, and it's going to drop too fast for OG to react.
It really is, and with BZM already using that Laguna in the mid, there's no sort of big ultimate to try and turn up and burst through a hero like Saberlight. So this increased pressure that's building up for TSM FTX is proving to be a bit too much for OG at the start. They're having to look for other options. They're going to try for the trade in the mid lane.
OG not really reacting too much, though, to that push in particular. Still just farming, so still seeing the net worth reflect that. But good moves from TSM, and also now they're going to swing mid and contest. They are healthy.
Yeah, of course, as you said, it's a lot slower for OG's lineup at this stage to try and take towers, take these objectives. So the tier 1 mid will be held alive. Bottom lane, Amar, with the continued space that he got with Tomato leaving the area, he will manage to take a tower. So OG finally able to get a tier 1 down bottom.
He's going to be a carry. Like we said, this is the way that OG tends to play, this triple core to be able to transition. I'm curious what this item build is, because I mean, we've seen a couple times from these Underlords, you know, the Treads, the Atos, BKBs, but Amar and a couple other players have kind of transitioned into these carries. He's got crit queued up later on.
Right.
So, I mean, he knows what he knows what he wants.
I mean, you have the potential to hit incredibly hard as an Underlord in the midst of a team fight. And no surprise there at all. Saberlight with that early 6 and with those first 2 towers, an incredible amount of building damage done by this Death Prophet.
Dubu.
If there's going to be any chance of saving him, Bryle, he's considering helping out, but he knows there's nothing to be done. Dubu burst by BZM. As OG now continues to rack up the kills, and they do hold the gold lead right now. 1K advantage.
Just continuing to split it up. Underlord still bottom, Seb starting to get some levels top. The 3 of these were sticking together for some kills. Looks like they're going to maybe potentially go for more. Yuragi does have 17-1, so should have the mana. Saberlight, he saw it coming.
If they catch pretty much most of these heroes in an X mark, they should manage to take them out. Especially if they're out and on their own. They'll get a ward down into the tier 2, those stairs. They'll see any access that TSM FDX tried to get to the jungle. But Bryle and Dubu are smoked up.
Both teams saw each other's smokes, so should be avoided. Taiga, right? That should be the one who gets caught.
He's going to turn. But instantly, with the silence and the thunder coming in, there's not a chance for Taiga. TSM, they'll take the kill. And now with the position that they have on this bottom lane, they could start to bring it round. Exorcism is back up. We'll see if Saberlight wants to try and pressure for another tower.
Bottom is a bit harder to go for, and it doesn't really give you too much, so I don't know if they'll maybe... I don't think they'll fully push for this one, especially this is Amar's home. The Underlord, he's probably the best one that they have to go for deep push, so... Don't really think that TSM will pressure too much here. Maybe Saberlight will just flex it on his own while Bryle peeks in over here.
Yeah, OG bringing in the numbers around to this bottom area, knowing that TSM FDX will look to poke their heads into the triangle. They want to ensure that that continued safe space for Yuragi exists and they can get him this BKB as soon as possible.
Everybody just being so efficient. Dubu's helping Saberlight hit some neutral creeps, nuking each other's waves with Fade Bolt and Firestorm. Just trying to clear these waves as fast as possible. How's the timing? Is Bryle done with it? Not yet. So he's getting closer and closer to the defusal. The Rune battle.
There's going to be an Arcane.
Oh,
Bryle's going to be very happy with that one. We'll have Thunder back in 10 seconds. Almost certainly ready to look to make another move. Tomato, arm-wise, how's he doing? Armlet complete?
He's doing good. He's doing very well. Both teams just have so much vision of each other that they're kind of perfectly avoiding each other. So this slow game that I feel like we did not expect to have here after such explosive games from both sides earlier in this tournament. It's only 4-2. Very farm-heavy game.
Yeah, very close to having his item done though, Amar.
Yep.
The Atos, once it's there.
Yep, holding skill points just because nothing's happening, so he always wants to hold that point if he needs the Fiend Gate or if he does need Pit. And he's about to have Atos, so I think they can start turning up the fight a little bit more, OG, when he does have that completed. They can join him in this lane.
Yeah, they have excellent follow-up. You know, every single hero on OG's lineup having an opportunity of lockdown. They get the setup here for Dubu. Dubu will drop the ward. Bryle jumps in from the side. The bow comes crashing into Dubu, takes him out. Bryle will be able to get the Rolling Thunder off. He's going to look to try and control Amar here around the stairs. Jumping forward, have they got the damage to bring down this Underlord? The Siphon's there for Saberlight. Amar getting for Lone Moon. He'll just commit the black hole. Lock down Amar. Take him out. TSM FDX, they'll hold their own around their jungle, only losing themselves Dubu. In return, they get that big kill. Amar was incredibly farmed. They can bring him down.
The Rum plus the stolen Nether Ward definitely playing an effect to stall out the death there. Big commitment, though, from TSM. That's 3 ultimates just to kill him. So OG might have a window now to go for something. And the lanes just keep getting shoved in, both sides. It's literally just the most spam I think I've ever seen.
You've got to imagine that around that 15-minute mark could be a bit of a peak for OG to fight around. They'll get that shard picked up on Seb.
Right now they have a, like we said, big window. There's still like 2.5 minutes left on a lot of these ultimates, 90 seconds on the Death Prophet's ult. So this is probably OG's time to shine. TSM can still fight because the Pangol's ult is back up. But just have to be careful of how they get caught from the chain stuns. And Bryle has defusal, so very scary.
Moon. Trying to get the jump in on Seb, but not the best amount of control really outside of if Bryle wants to commit with the Rolling Thunder to lock down a Wind Ranger. So Seb's fine. BZM bots, of course, into the BKB next for him.
And smoke from the rest of his teammates.
OG.
In fact, Tiger, Seb, and Amar, they want to try and see if they can find some action around this Rod of Atos that Amar has now completed.
Eyes on Bryle, really, for TSM in this fight. If he gets caught and killed at the start of the fight, it's going to be disastrous for them.
Well, they can start here. They're going to look towards Yuragi. Bryle, he's ready to get the Thunder off. He's straight into the river, but the boat combo will come crashing down onto Moon Meander. Bryle continuing to hold back OG. A great silence as well comes out, so OG won't be able to continue to commit in onto the Enigma. Moon's able to step back to safety, and looks like neither team will find anything with that. OG trying to strike from the low ground, but TSM FTX were prepared.
Perfect roll from Bryle, kind of just stopping all the aggression. And that's going to buy them time to be able to get their big cooldowns up. Death Prophet ult back up in about 10 seconds. Yeah, BKBs are going to be out very quickly for both sides.
Radiant are scanning.
Bryle and Dubu want to head up and see if they can get some vision down around the triangle of OG.
Yuragi, very far forward.
He is on his own down here.
These are 2% based heroes, and the Exorcism's back.
Yeah, they're going to commit with it straight away. There's going to be TPs coming in. They're trying to get over to help Yuragi, but it looks like there's no chance for this Kunkka to escape. Bryle slides in to finish off the kill.
A massive kill. Wasn't the level 2 Exorcism, so it's not going to be as strong when he pushes it forward for this tower, but a massive move.
I'll see how much of a chance Saberlight does get to beat into the tower, and if we have OG looking to defend, Amar has got the TP ready if he wants to arrive and hold back, but as it seems, Saberlight's backing off for now. Bryle and Dubu still looking for kill action around the mid.
Way too much deep push, as we were mentioning. Taiga now has Crypt Swarm. Seen him having it a couple times. Double nuke. Pretty much impossible to push this bottom tower. But again, Pango ult's back up. Enigma ult is going to be back up as well. So OG, it's probably a bit difficult for them to go for an aggressive play into all these.
Incredibly close stuff so far.
Close.
16 minutes in, 4-5. A very refreshing start between these two squads. So we've had quite a few recent games where one team starts to barrel out of control very, very early. This time around, this game one of the grand finals, not showing any signs of that. It could absolutely still fall either way here.
It's going to be very similar timings on all the BKBs. The Linus is about to be finished. The Kunkkas is about to be finished. Death Prophets is about to be done. Deso and Tomato as well, taking the top net worth finally.
And once sort of all those BKBs are taken into the equation, you know, which team with the lineup that they currently have do you think is going to have the tougher time when it comes to execution?
They have easier ways of like initiating the fights on TSM FTX because they have this tanky Wraith King and they have the Pango who can just start the fight by rolling in. So for them, I would say it's a little bit easier, but OG, they can tank through a lot of it, as we've been mentioning. You know, there's a lot of different ways to mitigate the damage that will be coming out here.
Yeah,
particularly the ROM, probably the biggest one.
Bryle's been doing a really good job as well at making sure he starts the fight off with the Rolling Thunder from the side. So it's very, very hard for OG to ever really catch him and stop him from getting that ult off.
Yeah, I like that he's going for the blink, because I think he's recognizing what his job really needs to be. It's just get on top of the Lina, cause panic, cause disruption so they can't just chain combo one person down. All right, here we go. BKB starting to come online. Pace should start being accelerated quite quickly.
They're going to try and hit them with the smoke from the mid. 10 seconds until Exorcism, but the black hole is up. Moon can be looking ready to jump. He's going to go for Seb first. Over to the side, Yuragi and BZM will watch. They're not going to be able to get him before Seb goes down. As Seb falls, Yuragi will drop the boat combo, but they don't want to get stuck in on this, at least not at the moment. They'll put a Fiend's Gate down.
They have to get
getting over. TSM,
they have to stay ready here.
They're going to go for the Roshan. Of course, with the Exorcism, this level 2, they're going to have good damage to take this out. OG, are they able to contest this 4 versus 5? We'll see who's able to get stuck into the pit first. Yuragi will let the Torrent out over towards the Wraith King. Over to the side, Moon. He's been able to get the jump over towards Amar. Stabilized in on top of him. Amar in trouble. Brian commits in with the Rolling Thunder. That's Amar gone. He's out for 45. No buyback on him as well, so they cannot bring the Underlord back in to try and contest this Roshan. As TSM FTX continue to try and finish it off. Yuragi, he's going to look to step forward, but it's already fallen. And Bryle gets the Aegis, and then
Black hole.
He's in. It's a 3-man Black Hole. A perfect for Moon. Dubu tries to keep him alive, but Moon does die, but he got the job done. He gets in, they've taken out 4. BZM will TP out. But a fantastic fight for TSM FTX there around the pit. And Moon,
what a play.
Getting them on the escape there. OG realizing they have to back off, and Moon, he's not letting them get away.
And it was perfect the way that they took all of this, right? They immediately kill one target before the fight starts. That could not have been better for TSM FTX. Tomato up to 6 Deso stacks now.
A brilliant fight. It already looked like it was going to be risky for OG after they lost Amar around the back of the Roche pit.
It's tough for them, like we were mentioning, it's tough for them to initiate the fights. They have to just walk in with their bodies, and it just allows TSM of FTX to get these initiations. Like, look how panicked they are just trying to walk in.
Yeah, you know, Uragi feeling that maybe with the BKB he can get in, but he sees the Aegis already picked up Moon so quick there with the jump. And there's no chance, BZM not having the ability to put a stop to it with the Light Strike Array on cooldown. Back in action, you see Tomato, he's getting caught on here by OG.
He's strong.
But they'll have to take him down the twice, Dubu. It's actually going to be able to protect his first life for now here with his Decrepit Fire and the Light Train. Bryle, he's considering getting involved. He's going to jump in with the Rolling Thunder, goes straight over towards BZM. Tomato steps back up, takes out Seb. Mumianda in with the Malefice over towards the leader. Bryle is in trouble, BZM. BZM can't escape this. He's been surrounded the BKB. He's trying to turn. He's got the Light Strike on towards Bryle. Bryle goes down at once. BZM will live for now. He's going to hide in the trees. Have they got any damage to take him down?
Oh
he's
my
out
God.
for VP. BZM will live, but Amar goes down, not able to escape through the gate in time. TSM FTX, they'll still take the fight.
OG just has to kind of run in every single one of the fights. They can't fight into all this damage, and that's without Exorcism, without Black Hole. The Pango's just causing way too many problems.
Yeah, Bryle is crushing it. He really is. These Rolling Thunders each and every time catching OG by surprise. I mean, I think for BZM it's fortunate. I think his BKB pretty much only just came back after that last team fight. Was able to save himself. But TSM FTX starting to get the lead now. 11-6, 3K up.
They're starting to pretty confidently dominate this game, dominate the map. Tomato, massive. 80-second cooldown on his Reincarnate, but I don't think OG can punish this because TSM FTX has Exorcism back up. They're going to be looking for the fight themselves.
Absolutely, they've got the Arcane Ring as well in the bottle for Bryle.
Oh boy.
So he'll have spells plenty to throw out at OG in the next fight.
Almost has his shard done too, so more control is going to be coming out. Also hits level 15 after that fight, so that very disruptive Rolling Thunder lasts even longer versus these BKBs that are going to start ticking down. They're really catching their stride right now.
I'll see you around the mid. TSM FTX, they're ready to go for a jump, Moon.
It's a bit deep.
He's going to try and force out reaction, stabilize, steps forward. He has got the BKB if he feels threatened. He's going to pop it and pop the Ghost as well. They want to try and take this fight again, TSM FTX. Gale Force comes into play, but Bryle, he's already in with the Rolling Thunder, goes straight over towards the backlines, catches Tiger, back over towards Amar. Amar going down. TSM FTX having the perfect amount of damage here to bring down this Underlord, and TSM FTX, they're ready for more. Backing onto Seb. Seb caught out by the stun. Another kill for Bryle. As OG, they seemingly cannot deal with the pressure that TSM FTX is applying right now. Multiple times, Amar, for all the farm that he has, he still dies to the heroes that TSM FTX have.
They've just focused everything onto him and so many % base damage, spells that just rip right through him. This ward is crushing them too. This ward they have up there, yeah, right here. They have no idea where it is. They're pinging, trying to find it. They can't. It keeps us seeing everything, giving so much information for TSM FTX.
Absolutely, yeah, pretty much saw the setup that OG was trying for themselves, getting into the tree line around that tier 2. TSM FTX seeing absolutely everything. Now 6K lead, Tomato starting to step away from any other core in the game. He's going to go for that Blink Dagger next. So they'll have this incredible amount of jump. We've seen already, you know, Bryle each and every time straight to the backlines with the Rolling Thunder. When he has Tomato ready to follow him up on that sort of jump, you're just going to see heroes on OG die in an instant.
Even though they have damage mitigation, they're starting to feel very squishy because of how farmed this Wraith King is. And TSM just continue to get all the jumps themselves. They're the ones getting all the perfect initiations because of Bryle. On top of damage mitigation now, also a Wraith Pact for TSM FTX, who they've been dominating these fights without this. Now throwing this on top, it's going to be another element that I don't know how OG deals with. They're already having massive damage problems.
They really are. It's tough. And, you know, we saw the intention from Amar earlier to go for some sort of carry build. This game, it's going to be tough for him to carry. He's fallen behind massively on the net worth. It's getting to a point where Moon, he's about to take him over on gold.
Quad core for TSM FTX. OG, even though they were playing this greedy farm game for the entirety of like the first 15 minutes or so, TSM FTX has won pretty much every single battle that they've got into. And causes them to pull ahead. Yeah, 4 cores.
Radiant's bottom tower.
See the Shadow Blade now done on Uragi. Maybe you can try for some sort of setup to catch TSM FTX by surprise, but they've been playing so well at just not getting caught out. You know, very few times have we seen TSM have a hero going out too deep on their own and OG being able to punish it.
I think he's trying to like maybe just be able to sneak around a little bit, and also just it gives him one of the best damage that he can, and they just really need damage on OG right now to clear through, because Dubu is a problem. He's getting to free cast in the back lines because of Bryle.
Yeah, he's been doing a great job of, you know, trying his best to save the heroes that go down. Even that last fight as we had, you know, Moon, DD's in. Goodbye, Seb.
Didn't even need to pop the DD. Might have been almost a one-shot.
I think it would have been with a DD. Indeed, holding it for the next move. As TSM, they're down the mid lane onto the tier 2 tower. You've got to be careful. Yeah, Saberlight's maybe seeing if he can catch someone here on the back of it all. Over on their half of the map in their jungle, Moon is going to take a boat to the face, but OG, they know that as soon as they show their hand, TPs are coming in. Back in the mid, the tower goes down. So they get the objective, and they also make sure that they don't lose Moon on their half of the map with the TPs coming back sufficiently.
So high level as well on TSM. Saberlight level 18, level 3 exorcisms already online. He has a shard too. They're so ready to fight. I'm lacking ways to see OG winning a team fight. They have to just try to get some type of splits going around the map and try to get a pick off, but TSM is never giving them the opportunity.
And they're staying right in the faces of OG. 4 members of TSM just no need to back off. They don't feel any sort of fear right now.
They see everything. Look at this. This ward just stays the entire duration. The bottom ward on the cliff as well.
Step into it immediately. They're in with the jump, steps out.
All right, this ward is kind of winning them the game, gotta be honest.
Full basher done on Bryle. Ooh, these items just continue to fly out for TSM whilst OG are attempting to scramble their way back into the base. And we're really seeing what for the first time that we've had, you know, a team turning up and absolutely just having an answer to this Seb win ranger that OG has just felt so comfortable with again and again. This game, he's having a real struggle at getting to play as they're just jumping him every single time. So BZM
BKB
has to, in order to get out here.
It's down to 6 seconds now. So, as we mentioned before, the Rolling Thunder, it's already been a problem, even though they had BKBs, just because he's getting on top of them. Now it's going to be able to kind of crush them because of how low these BKBs are getting.
And they're trying their best to itemize for this high ground defense. You know, BZM, of course, going all in on the right-click build, the Dragon Lance into the crit. They need that damage to come out from somewhere. Also, I believe Seb, he had the Maelstrom queued up earlier. Yeah, he's going to be able to pick that up, and we'll see if he wants to get that or the Blink Dagger first. But trying their best to get these items that will allow them to delete a hero at the start of the fight.
Every player is kind of playing for themselves at this point on OG, just trying to find any answer to what TSM FTX have been able to do so far.
I mean, you see it with sort of Amar as well. He did pick up the Ogre Club towards the BKB, but now he's saving up the money, so we might see something drastic be picked up. Seb, again, dealt with very easily by Bryle and Moon. In fact, they're going to catch him as well. Bryle,
a menace.
He knew that he was trying to get out in the trees. It's just going to be another kill here for Bryle. 17-7 this game.
He is a monster.
I mean, he
Bryle. 7-1-8, 15 of the 17 kills.
Yeah.
Kind of won the mid lane, you could say, in a way, versus the Lina. He is absolutely on fire today.
He's looking fantastic. I see Yuragi with his build up. He's going to try and get the Silver Edge into the relic. We'll see what way he wants to go for that.
Yeah, I mean,
but it's
trying to get as much as possible. And they do need, of course, that nullifier eventually, but even then, you're really starting to feel OG just falling further and further behind in this game.
I mean, how are they going to deal with this Wraith King? How are they going to deal with Tomato twice in a team fight?
How do they deal with Saberlight? How do they deal with Bryle? Look how tanky everybody is.
That's the thing, all 3 cores at this point in such a position that it's really going to take everything from OG's heroes to bring just one of them down or get even close to bringing one down.
Love the itemization too from Saberlight, buying a halberd to this game, just knowing he can just run into the face.
Try with the smoke.
Take up.
See if they can take one out. They're going to look towards Bryle, but he's already out with the shard. Tomato to the side. He caught Seb again, just dying immediately. The brunt of damage that TSM FTX bring, and Saberlight, he's ready to try and go for more. He's in with the BKB. They'll run over to the other side. Move!
The black hole!
With the black hole. He's caught Yuragi. He's caught Tiger. Both go down. 3 dead now in OG, and with the ghosts up from Saberlight, they can push onto the high ground and look to take the tier 3 and possibly more.
OG can't even attempt to take a fight. They try to go for a pickoff, as we said they need to, but Bryle just clicks roll up. He just exits it perfectly, and now likely Brax just going down this early on.
Maybe even more.
Probably the game.
Top lane, the tier 2's already been taken, so they could look towards a second set. We'll see how aggressive TSM FTX want to play it here in the grand finals, or if they'll play it cautious. OG, they'll have the respawns coming in.
They still have all this vision. Both cliff wards still up for the majority of this game. So yeah, back up, chill out, Roche back, they can kill it, and there's no way that we can see OG coming back into this one. And look at Saberlight.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Gotta check it out. The mantles are queued, you know, he's got it ready.
He's ready to give Amar a bit of a taste of his own medicine. We'll see this play once again. They smoke up for this move, OG, but as we said, that any of the cores that they go on at this point, it's almost impossible to catch them and take them down.
They need the absolute perfect chain stun, right?
And even with the BKB out in time there, he still dies very, very quickly.
Beanskate into the Roche pit.
Okay, let's see if they can catch them by surprise. They're looking for Moon. See if they can bring down the Enigma. They're trying their best to chase him down, but Saberlight with these siphons, he's gets down low. They do get the drag back with the X marks. They'll bring down Moon. Buybacks had to come into play from Tiger as OG. They're putting everything into trying to make this team fight work.
They're at full retreat. Amar, he won't be able to get away. Bryle, beautiful swashbuckle when he's trying to TP out, gets the bash. You can feel the desperation. OG Fiends getting into the Roche pick. They know they need to contest it, and yeah, Saberlight gonna give him a little tip.
And it doesn't work out, and now with Roche at the ready, TSM, they should be lined up to get this one for themselves. No chance of OG having a say about this one. Once they had that Aegis in the shard, they'll be ready to go straight away for another set of racks.
Exorcism back in 20, 50 seconds for Black Hole. Yeah, they're fully ready to go to end this game, close it out.
We're pretty much the full Abyssal as well on Tomato.
Uh-huh.
Oh, no, sorry, on
Bryle, I think it was.
Yeah, Bryle, actually. Yeah, he's the one that's got the money to get it done. 30 minutes in, one of the more farmed Pangos you'll see. As OG, I mean, within this sort of position, what is the plan? What is OG waiting for? What are they looking towards that could give them a chance to turn?
Taiga stealing a Exorcism and then a 5-man Black Hole while he has Exorcism running, because it just actually feels like they have no way to win a fight. That's how ridiculous it's going to get to be.
And we've seen, I think, sort of both times we've had the Black Hole from Moon. He's made an effort of catching the Enigma. Catching the Rubik, so there's not been a chance for Taiga to do any sort of play.
OG. Saberlight just blinks into them.
Tiger straight out to the side. He gets very scared there. It's over in the mid. Amar, he's trying to get up, but he's been caught by the Abyssal. That's going to be Amar probably going down here in the mid lane. And again, another bash from Bryle. Amar's out. They're bringing in the mid. I see Tiger. He'll
just Black Hole.
He's going to drop the Black Hole. I mean, he knows that they're at a point this game where they don't need that Black Hole for the team fights. They're that far ahead. He'll happily drop it for Tiger.
Yeah. Absolutely, and already look with just the constant vision. They know everything that's going on. They see BZM top, attempting for the setup. Bryle on his way. No bash.
That's the thing with the bash in play. You can BKB and try and TP out, but the bash is likely to be there. BZM will try and stand his ground. Bryle's going to have backup coming in. There's not going to be any chance of BZM taking this. Tomato comes in with a big old crit, takes him out. As OG really feeling the heat here in game one for the first time in quite a few series. We've seen countless times in their run that they've made to the grand finals. They've been taking down teams with ease, but in this game one of the best of 5, they are struggling.
And look, TSM just literally popping ults by themselves, running down OG. They know how strong they are. Onto the racks too now. Quickly gonna get brought down.
40 seconds without BZM. He has got buyback. Jump forward from Tomato. He's ready to look for kills. They'll get in on towards Amar. Seb trying to blow them back with the Gale Force. Amar, he's going to get jumped again. They're in on top of him. He's out of action. Dead for 50. He'll buy back. But the racks being taken out here by TSM FTX. This top lane. See if there's any sort of defense Soji can put together. They will manage to push them away from the melee in time, but Tomato, he's ready to go back in. He'll turn with a stun on towards Seb. They've got the root control on the Wraith King. Jump forward for Saberlight. He's ready to get straight in on top of the Wind Ranger. Seb getting feared. Taken out by Bryle with a swashbuckle as that Seb out of the game. He'll buy back. They'll look for the X-Mark control onto Bryle. They do catch him in the Torrent. They'll use the Gale Force to blow him back under the Tier 4 tower. They've locked down Tubu, but Tubu decrepifies himself, turns with the life drain. He's keeping himself alive. Bryle swashbuckles out to the side. He's still alive. Finally he falls, but he's got that Aegis. He's going to be back for another round. Tubu standing against Amar 1-to-1. Finally cut down by the Underlord. Overlord the Tier 4s with the BKB pop. Tomatoes ready to try and take them down one by one. He does fall, but he's going to be back for that round 2. BZM trying to have another chance at him, but there's no chance here for the Lina to take a kill. They'll try and scramble back towards base BZM, but TSM FTX take him down. There's no buyback on Amar, no buyback on Stab. GG is called. TSM FTX turning up with an incredible Game 1 victory, folks. They stopped them. They made OG look completely different to the OG that we've been used to seeing in the series that they were in this run towards the grand finals. This game one, and they do it as well. They let that Seb Wind Ranger in.
They do.
They say, we don't care. And understandably, Seb did not get to play this game. TSM FTX, they had the answers for everything that OG tried in this game one.
Perfectly executed. Bryle, definitely the MVP for me. Him and Saberlight was phenomenal. The way they rotated around the map, took the towers early on. They knew how fast they could play versus this OG lineup. And OG, they had no responses. Actually never could even take a single fight that looked like it would go their way. They got their timings with their BKBs, attempted a fight, and it was absolutely disastrous around that Roche.
What an incredible opening to the grand finals here for TSM FTX. The test now for OG is going to be, can they pick themselves up from this sort of loss at the start of the series? They probably got rather used to winning game after game after game. We'll see if they can pick themselves after this one, because this was a rough start for them. TSM FTX crushing OG in this game one.
Love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
New Truly Margarita Style Hard Seltzer.
This is the start of a journey, one that will look different for each of us. Every discovery will influence the way our bodies adapt and rebuild, in a process we can supplement and control. Thorne, redefining healthy aging.
was a rough one for them for sure. It's only game 1 of a best of 5, plenty of time for OG to recover and of course come back, but indeed TSM FTX coming in, swinging in this grand finals. I'm joined by Purge, Tigov, and Jenkins. Jenkins, this game, TSM had OG's number.
That was good shit. Yeah. That's good stuff. I want that injected right into my veins, bro. That's just good Dota. Enigma action. I feel like we're not going to see it again. Like, it just looked way too good, even when it's Moon playing it, not Saberlight. Like, it was... That was good stuff. That was a good game. I hope this goes to 5 games. That's all I care about.
It was a really good Enigma game, but I feel like the important here in that match was actually Death Prophet. It kind of accomplished everything they wanted to do. They kept the Enigma away from the Kunkka for most of the laning stage. He gets the 1v1 versus a tanky strength hero, which means he's going to do more than fine. And then he had a really perfect solution against the Wind Ranger. You're normally so survivable because you just press your R button, you run away, everything's fine, you're survivable with Wind Run. If you just silence her, she's just a crappy support that doesn't have a defensive item. So it literally accomplished like 4 boxes and just gave TSM the easy win.
But also taking the mid tower by like minute 6, then going back top taking that tower as well. It was kind of like the game was in super even balance. And then Braille, we haven't really mentioned him. Every time OG wanted to invade, Braille was there with the Pangolier, rolling through them, annoying them, and then it kind of got to that 18-minute point at the Roshan, where, you know, TSM, they force it, they wipe OG out the park, and that from that point, it's just them moving from map to map. You see it here. Like, you can't fight into this. This is a DP with Exo, a massive black hole from Moon Meander.
And then Dubu also saving as well. Like, the saves from him were just absolutely insane.
The thing for me in this game is the value of BKBs from TSM. When you put a BKB on the Wraith King after Armlet Deso, when you put a BKB on a Death Prophet who has Exo, phase boots, that is so much more valuable than a Kunkka that has BKB. You're kind of running away as the Kunkka. So TSM, they just saw this advantage in timings, they waited for it. When they hit that, they just blew OG out the park pretty much.
I wanted to bring a point up to you guys about this match that I was thinking about. That, tell me if this is stupid or not, but I was thinking, like, Pangolier, how do people play around Pangolier? He pops ult, and then you basically like do evasive maneuvers until the ult is gone, right? And so sometimes that involves like weaving in and out, sometimes that involves just getting hit by it and like saving the guy. But if you put Pango on top of 2% HP damage heroes, if you multiply the amount of seconds that he's distracting in the fight by the percentage HP damage that's being done, it's like 150% of anybody's health. Like, how many times did Amar go down that game because he was just getting rolled on over and over? He's like, I'm fine. Oh, I'm hit again. I'm fine. I'm hit again. And then all this time, the percentage HP damage was just absolutely melting through him.
Yeah, it felt like OG didn't get their opportunity to actually set up their fight with the Sables. It was always them reacting to it while Saberlight's popping Exorcism, chain healing. Taiga, who was supposed to steal Black Hole, he didn't get the opportunities either. Finally, when he does get cast Black Hole, he's retreated entirely because he's like, okay, this fight's basically over.
Yeah, for OG, this was a rare game where Amar, he was actually like the same net worth as Enigma at like the 27-minute mark. Normally Amar, he's up top leading the charge. Normally he'd have BKB by that 18-20-minute Roshan fight. He was shut down even though he had good top net worth because of those early fights at Braille. And then, yeah, TSM, once again, they saw a window, they punished it, and they rode that throughout the entire game. They didn't make any mistakes after.
Yeah, was there not a chance for OG to come back at some point? Because I felt like, okay, TSM doing really good, that is great, but we know OG, they can make those comebacks. What made them unable to do so this time around?
It was harder this game because they didn't have a conventional carry. They were playing Lina in the mid lane, and that can sometimes work. That's more of like the T1 style. They lost much earlier in the tournament, had a good start, but without a conventional carry, eventually Wraith King's just going to be way stronger, and he's going to start picking off heroes with very little setup.
Yeah, Tomato just played with relentless aggression. Every time he saw a window to jump, he was going in. You compare that to the Kunkka, he had to play on the back foot the entire time. So, you know, props to Tomato. He 1v1 the Underlord for a little bit, went jungle, and then popped out with all the farm necessary just to carry his team. So, I don't know. Yeah, TSM, this first game, I thought it would be a lot closer, but this was just a bit one-sided.
The lesson for us is Enigma, then?
It's hard to say. I mean, the Enigma looked really good, and I think definitely, like, that's probably the #1 lesson. But like, even Dubu, like, if you're banning these heroes, you let the Pugna through, and in almost every single fight that we saw, it was set up. It was started with Dubu like miraculously saving somebody on the Pugna. His positioning is just perfect. Like, this hero is squishy. He dies. I don't know if OG like wasn't focusing on him because they're too focused on the Enigma, and maybe that's the problem. But I just kind of feel like Dubu, he just wasn't in vision half the time. He was just there saving his team all the time.
Because they had amazing vision themselves, right? Remember that one ward they had in between the top tier 2 and the mid tier 2 that stayed the entire time? That allowed them to have like 2 or 3 great smokes to fight into their jungle with aggression. OG, unfortunately, when you're under the threat of, you know, just all out fight, you can't really get the clean D wards off. It didn't happen, and yeah, so unsung hero is Dubu on this support. His vision enabled everyone else to have somewhat flawless games.
It really did. TSM, of course, coming in here, swinging in this grand finals. I'm sure the crowd is, well, I know that there's a lot of people rooting for OG, but there's a lot of people very happy that TSM get this first win in the bag. Let's see who Slacks found in the crowd with that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Shiver. I'm here in the crowd. One guy, thank you. All right, yes, I'm here in the crowd. Hello, crowd, as we're in between games there. Quite the series, my friend. What were your reactions? Who were you hoping to see?
I want to see a 6-game series. So either one, this is a good start. I think that Seb and No Tail picked Wind Ranger. They were waiting for someone to do this, and finally it happened. So
I hope we get to see a 6-game series. Does that mean you were hoping for a technical issue, or how exactly will we get 6 games?
Yeah, I want there to be a technical issue. I want the last game to cut out midway and they have to redraft and start all over again.
The hell is wrong with you? That's nobody wants that. Banana Man! Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Banana Man. He's at every single one of these. I remember I interviewed you at ESL Hamburg, right, Banana Man?
Many years ago at this point.
What are you thinking about this series? What did you think of TSM?
I think Seb's Windrunner is an arse and we won't be working with her again.
Oh, take it easy, Banana Man. It's pretty good. That was the first time they ever lost on it. TSM, what are your predictions for the series?
4-0.
Okay, you guys are not good at math in this crowd. No worries. All right, my friend, we have a very big OG fan right here, and he said he wanted to give some special words to OG after that heartbreaking loss as Seb faces his first Wind Ranger defeat. Sir, what would you like to say to OG?
Good luck.
The hell does that mean? What did you just say?
Good luck.
Oh, good luck. What a speech. Thank you so much. Incredible. You know, this guy's a streamer. Thank you. What is your stream? It's time to sell out. I can't understand a goddamn thing this guy's saying. All right, well, thank you very much. A great crowd out here. Not so good at math, but they're great at loving Dota. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm sure everybody here is great at loving Dota, and that's why we're all gathered here today with the grand finals here of the Stockholm Major. Now, of course, we're all enjoying the Dota, and that's great, but there is something else that you should know.
We're live from Seattle, the Banner Royal Hall for the International Dota 2 Championship.
Oh, this could be a total disaster. Thank you, man. Ravage on everyone.
They're gonna do it. Alliance wins.
Chowie, another Blake, another kill. Newbie, Sumail holding on and down the black hole.
He's gonna be rushed, but wait. They'll take it. He's gonna get the last one.
Liquid are close. They are close.
Will he get another absolutely Yatoro?
I can't wait. Oh my goodness. I mean, we got an SEA International TGov. That's fire.
I mean, I've never been to an SEA event, but I know you guys have been talking about how the crowd's amazing, you know, so yeah.
It's on another level. It really is. Everybody there absolutely fiends and loves Dota. There are so many huge fans in the area, so it's going to be an exceptional crowd event.
How come nobody leaked that? Did you guys know this? Did I not get told? Was I supposed to know?
Turn your notifications on.
You just got told.
When I saw the city, I didn't know what city though. I don't leave the house. I mean, everybody here knew though.
Did they? Did you?
European education right there. Yeah, that guy knew. He knew it was Singapore. Hell yeah.
There have been a couple of tweets coming out recently, of course, from the Dota 2 Twitter. And if you looked closely, you could potentially recognize some of the sites that were like in the background.
Fun, Shiva.
It was a puzzle. Some people might have solved the puzzle. Some people got the solution right now.
I did see on Reddit the very first tweet. The top comment was like, "Oh, this is someplace in Singapore," and it's like. How do you know? You just throw
like one leap at the like bang.
Yeah. What? They knew already. I didn't believe it. I wasn't ready for that yet.
Well, you're ready. You should be ready for it now because it is confirmed. The International 2022 will go to Singapore. Amazing Dota crowd, amazing food as well. I feel like if you're talking about Singapore, you have to talk about their food. It's actually insane. It's like a great trip for all different kinds of reasons. Great people as well, of course, and great Dota that's going to be had at the International. These two teams will actually play at the International with 99% certainty, I believe. But for now, they're still playing in the grand finals of the Stockholm Major. So let's get ready for a second game of this best of 5 series. We'll see you after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Manta.
You have an alarming number of puppets.
I sell them online.
Let's make this puppet biz legit. You are good. LegalZoom. Now you're in business.
Dude, that bad. It said bad, but you'll be all right. Meteor Hammer. Oh, bad. All right, here we go. No problem. Oh, bad. Here we go.
I'm gonna level you. Boom. Oh my god, I'm so bad at this. Golem. Where's the golem? I didn't even see the golem cast.
You've got
I'll get one, guys. JK.
Here comes Invoker. This one's easy. This one's easy. Sunstrike.
This one's actually easy. Oh
bad.
my god. What is negative mean? Too early?
1 more minute.
Oh. I messed up. Tidebringer.
All right, Tidebringer. This one's easy.
So this is, I'm too slow.
All right, here we go. All right, this is a lineup here.
Boom. The minus is too fast. Roche.
All right, here we go. Roche up.
He's on stump. Oh my god, so close.
All right, you'll get one more. Last one. Tomato, jump on
in. You gotta
in.
do better than me. I'm too boomer for this shit.
The expert arrives here. We'll see the comparison.
Wow.
What?
This guy, man. Oh, so close.
Oh, what? It always looks like it's a second too late. God damn! God damn,
baby!
This guy's pretty good.
That's why he's my carry.
Of course.
I don't buy mental stuff for a reason. Dang, that one's hard.
Clear winner here, Tomato. Would you recommend people actually do this and practice manta dodging? Is it a useful thing to do?
Yeah, I mean, I do this every day.
Every day?
Yeah, that's I know them all by, like, I know which one comes after.
Wow. And that's how you got so good, huh?
It helps a little. I mean, it's not like you get to manta dodge very often, but it's like, if it does happen, it's nice to do it. It helps with reflexes a lot.
Boone, are you gonna practice?
No.
Okay, great.
What kind of 4x Phoenix Manta stuff?
Phoenix Manta! You'll see it in your next post. Thank you guys so much for watching.
The grand finals of the Stockholm Major continue here with Game 2 around the corner. The first game taken by TSM FTX in dominant fashion here against OG on the main stage of the Hovet Arena. I'm joined by Jenkins, Tigov, and Purge. And for Game 2, I want to talk about adjustments, because we talked about the Enigma, really good. We talked about Wind Ranger basically failing for the first time. Purge, you mentioned Death Prophet being a big factor of that. What is the result of all that going into Game 2?
I think TSM basically outdrafted OG without a doubt in that game. They opened Enigma, their opponent said, okay, here's the counter, it's Kunkka, and then they were waiting for that gotcha moment later on where they could swap those heroes out, get this hero that was going to match up well in lane and also match up better. So it kind of like undercut them in multiple ways. It also hurt the Wind Ranger, so it was like the perfect hero for that circumstance. I think if you run back the draft to like 60% of the way through and they ban Death Prophet, I think it's a very different game, personally.
Yeah, don't forget that this opening from TSM, it was an opening that OG used earlier in the tournament. It was the Enigma and the Pangolier. Sure, last time OG used it, they were double snap picking it. But, you know, TSM, they take both of the heroes. And I think for OG, the fact that they weren't able to muster a lineup to counter their own opening, that's a little bit worrying.
It is, but I do also feel like, you know, going into a grand final, there's obviously going to be some ideas that are big ideas that are going to be brought out, where it's like, okay, obviously, you know, the meta has evolved like this. Let's just try something like totally different. Like this Enigma, for example, we've seen it occasionally throughout this tournament, but first phasing it, I mean, that's some crazy shit right there. Like that's a totally different draft. So I do think that like maybe a hero like Wind Ranger, for example, just doesn't look good in this very quickly evolved meta that is the grand finals of a major.
Yeah, a best of 5 is definitely very different from a best of 3 in that sense that you have a little bit more wiggle room, Purge. Enigma first phase, we heard Crit say yesterday that he just thinks that hero should just be banned every time.
I mean, he's right in a lot of senses, but few teams were trying to bring the Enigma against them. So I think that's one way to undercut it. You can't let them have all these secret picks that they can use, and you have to ban them all. You have to integrate some of them into your playstyle to undercut it, otherwise they always get what they want.
Indeed, in which team will get what they want. I wanna highlight the mid matchup a little bit from the previous game we've had, because we had the Lina versus the Pango. A little bit of help coming in, of course.
A lot of help.
A lot of help.
That was a lot of help.
Yeah. But it was kind of, we talked about it in the pre-show, that this lane was going to be a very important one, Jenkins. You mentioned how important it was going to be.
Yeah, both of these teams really value runes. We saw a lot of those do a lot of work. You know, Brawl picking up an Arcane rune, for example, and all of a sudden he basically has permanent Rolling Thunder. You know, he uses it, and then by the time everything resets for the next fight, he has it again. So there's absolutely no punish to using that ability, which we saw every time he used it. It was like in a river or some enclosed area where he was just bouncing constantly, getting the percentage damage, and just absolutely tearing through OG.
Yeah, that mid lane definitely, I mean, Brawl getting a big head start there. I see the players putting their headphones on. I believe we're close.
It's always the fun part, because you know, they hear everything we say.
Yeah, they do.
Well, that's why they put the headphones on.
They're like, oh, quickly get them on there.
I don't want to hear what they have to say. I want to talk about a part of the series that we haven't talked about at all, and I believe we've not talked about enough this entire major. Sixth man, we got Misery on the side of TSM, of course, coming in relatively fresh, Purge, as a coach for TSM, because they did not have a coach, or they did not have Misery as a coach for a large portion of this season.
Yeah, that is true, but I think he's a great Dota mine, and he's been around a very long time, so he's got tons of experience. Certainly having him on the stage in a Moon Meander jersey is going to be helpful to their ultimate goal, which is doing super well and getting to CI.
Yeah, no, the important thing for TSM, you know, Moon already mentioned in his interviews before that he wanted someone to be able to bounce back his ideas from. If you bounce it with your team, then it's potentially hurting your team, because if you're, let's say Tomato brings up an idea, but then it doesn't work out, or brings up an idea and it works, like there's that friction, so you need to have that extra voice. And you know, like Purge mentioned, Misery is that kind of Dota mind to help with the Dota side.
I remember that interview, and he said that basically like Dubu was that guy for him. It was a bounce back between them, but he felt like Dubu could focus a lot more. He wanted Dubu to focus on just his gameplay and just see where that would take the team. And I mean, that's a very hard decision to make, and a smart decision, and it's panned out. I mean, Dubu, I think he hit like rank 5 or something like that right after that, and now it's like we're seeing insanely good individual performances from him.
Yeah.
And a lot of the 5 positions in this tournament, individual mechanical performances from them have mattered. It's not like this role that's just a captaining / drafting role anymore. If you're positioning perfectly in every game as Pugna, it does have genuine impact.
I would really agree with that. I think Dubu is definitely one of the standout 5s in that sense, that he's consistently making amazing plays, surviving on low HP, really min-maxing things.
Smile, smile.
The boys.
That is a smile. What are you talking about?
It's a slight smile. I've seen bigger smiles before.
It's a pretty good smile still. Definitely. But yeah, to your point, Dubu has played fantastically this first game, especially. We really get to see his play taken to a higher level, and I think it's so important to have a coach. I mean, especially at a major like this, and especially if you're thinking about group stages, there's so many games at the same time. You're really going to ask one of your players to basically do the two. Hey, you're doing 2 jobs.
Yeah, they're too busy fiending Reddit when they're winning, so that's the issue. You need the coach to keep everyone grounded.
Yeah, that's important as well. I mean, that's one part of the job for sure. On the other side, of course, we have got No-Till as the coach. Now, I do know it's not just No-Till. Every time after a game, they pick up the phone and they get Misha on the line, Shuvash on the line. They're helping out as I guess the 7th and 8th man purge. That's an advantage.
They definitely have a lot of manpower, and there's a lot that goes into being a pro team, especially at earlier stages of the tournament where there's so much stuff going on at the same time. You have to keep an eye on all the different strategies, plan like 2 to 3 matches ahead. It's really difficult to do that. When you get to these later stages, probably still really helpful because you can just put so much brain power against these really difficult late game draft or late tournament draft decisions. How do we solve these problems, etc. I'm sure that they've been really fiending, trying to figure out what happened in game 1 as well.
Yeah, but what separates the teams that can do well at majors and the ones that can win at majors is taking that prep and in the middle of the draft being able to kind of understand what's happening and not have to rely on it. Be able to kind of in your gut feel kind of read what's happening from your opponent when things start changing up. Like when OG suddenly puts Viper to a support, that's something that you can't prep for. You need to be ready for it.
We got a draft.
We got a draft. The Enigma does get the ban, the respect ban it deserves, and we do have another Pugna picked up. We did say that the Dubu on that Pugna was something else.
Which means Storm is now let through the pool, so potentially if OG picks like a weaker combo, could just lead to a Pugna Storm opening from TSM.
I just think that first game mattered so much for this best of 5 because not only did they get a win, but now there is a tool that OG themselves are forced to ban. It's going to completely change the drafting for the rest of the series.
Yeah, and it's something that OG themselves could play. So I imagine for the rest of the series, unless there's some crazy draft shenanigans coming out, it will be the Enigma getting banned for whatever team doesn't have first pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious though which new hero will be thought of, because we mentioned it before during especially LAN Grand Finals with a crowd. You want to have one of those team fighty heroes that can be your backup if all else fails. So if it's not Enigma, then who?
Maybe Tidehunter.
Storm's a budget version with the Axe, right?
Kind of, yeah, it's true. It's true. And I imagine here you probably want to aim to get like IO or, oh, never mind. Okay, not a Storm combo. Just a good hero.
Out.
Slightly surprised they picked that early with CK being banned in the pool, but is that
that is a big balloon.
That's a good hero.
That's a nice star. That's actually a hero that they've been owning with.
They might play this, yeah.
It's so good at hitting backline. Saberlight on the hero has been looking incredible. Goes shard pretty early, just dominates. But I do think that the Snapfire is really solid here because that's one way you can exploit Pugna. Beat him in this, get this really strong dual lane and beat him in the lane.
Instant puck pickup. They already know who's going to go mid with that Storm Spirit, so instantly picking up a hero that they're comfortable putting up against it.
Yeah, I think it was T1 earlier in the major where they had this Puck Storm matchup. And when Puck hit 6 earlier, just because of out-denying his opponent, with one rotation, every call was instantly killing Storm. Storm had to, of course, then go for the BKB rush. So you have like a 20-minute window where you always get to kill off this hero that's somewhat pesky.
It's a good backline jump, too, for the Snapfire. Like, you just hold the silence, and it's really easy to just orb past the entire team with absolutely no threat to dying yourself and silence the Snapfire ult.
And I like against Storm, having a mid hero that can also mirror the rotation. Storm, naturally, when you have 6 with Rune, you want to TP the side lane when they're close to the tower. Puck also can quickly TP, Orb, Coil, so both heroes can kind of play into each other. Whoever makes the moves first, you expect the other mid to follow that rotation.
OG's turn to ban.
Not to mention they can force the fight around Netherward a bit easier with the Puck ulti. So I think it's a great opening for TSM, but OG still has a lot of good potential here to exploit their offlane.
Indeed, we got TSM. They're going to focus a couple of the offlane heroes, of course. Viper is a flex pick for OG, as we saw in the previous series as well. Taiga does sometimes dabble with it, but I'm assuming we're going to see a lot of Amar heroes on the banning side of things for TSM.
And I think on the flip side, we'll see Saberlight heroes being banned for OG.
All the offlane.
Like, yeah,
all the offlane.
This already looks like an amazing Night Stalker game. It's great against both the Storm and the Snapfire. You jump the back lines, but also Puck is the type of hero that likes to go in and out of fights constantly, and Night Stalker with the vision lets you basically choose when to get in and out. It's one of the strongest combos with Night Stalker. So I would be very surprised if they let it through.
The vision game in the previous game definitely was important. Obviously, they did it with a couple of wards, but if you have a hero that can solve that issue, that would be very good as well.
5 seconds.
Shadow Shaman ban makes a bunch of sense too. They banned it against TSM in the previous game, would have given them some really good lockdown against the Storm. Plus they have no tower push coming from their mid laners, so would help solve that problem a bit. Now they're going to have to address it more heavily in their carry.
OG hasn't played any Snapfire so far at the Major.
It is interesting, actually.
I was going to double checking it, because I'm sure I've seen it before, but no. Yeah, this is the first time from OG. So that kind of opens it up where what roles are going to go to. Obviously not offlane. I don't think I've ever seen Amar touch this hero.
I just feel like I'm confident that it's going to be the 4 most likely. Obviously they could pivot to 5, but I just think it's their reaction to Pugna. They've had this plan, oh, if Pugna gets picked, this is the hero we're going to spawn, we're going to crush it in the lane. It's already going to combo with Amar's playstyle anyways, because he loves dominating those offlanes, so this will work perfectly.
He plays the big beefy boys too, which you know, you love getting cookied in. Yeah, he's getting all of the beefy boys are getting banned out. I mean, there's still Mars. I wonder why TSM both games they don't seem to care about Mars. Like they don't think it's a good hero. They have a counter to it.
I don't like it this game though. Against Puck, it's pretty difficult to latch him.
I mean,
you catch him to a tree.
Mars Snapfire, like that's a classic combo.
Yep. It is. It'll be really good for the lane, definitely.
The Wraith King gets banned out by OG. I respected Samato's performance in the previous game.
I think I heard somebody say recently that maybe on a panel, they said, you want to pair Wraith King, it's probably Crit that said this, you want to pair Wraith King with a Pugna in the lane because it's a really strong carry that offsets Pugna's weaknesses in the lane. So that's why they're banning that there, I think.
Which other beefy boy does TSM not want to face?
You're still saying Mars, right?
It's gotta be Mars. It's gotta be. If it's not Mars, there's like something they have against it.
So the previous couple of times that Mars got ignored, it was because there was a Pango on the other team. They will this time ban it out because, of course, no Pango on the side of TSM.
Okay, Amar has been banned out. What the hell do you pick now?
Still got Slaughter.
Yeah, for OG right now, you kind of need your offlane to be that kind of point and click initiator, right? Like you start the fight and you allow Snapfire Storm to play into that. And when you look at his hero pool, what's left? It's like Slaughter, Tidal, Centaur, and...
Definitely not Centaur.
Definitely not Centaur.
We had a Bloodseeker earlier today. That worked out quite well.
It was like a perfect Bloodseeker game, though, right? He was against a Pango, so there was like extra reasons for it to be good. Again, he's going to be flexible in what he can play, but he's going to want to stick to his comfort if possible. But
they're also going to see 2 more heroes before they probably have to pick his hero, so maybe it becomes a game that it works out, but yeah.
I don't know, a lot of his heroes have been banned already.
There still is both Io and Slardar. You could get that combo and then run the snap as a 5.
That'd actually work out quite a lot because, again, you mentioned how Pugna is quite a weak laner. You need to have a carry somewhere independent. You put an Io Slardar there, you're going to easily 2v1 that carry.
This looks like a Slardar.
Yeah, no, this is
with the
Medusa Slardar. Oh, no,
isn't it still very countered by just decrepify? Like Io Slardar, all their damage is right click. So
yeah. Well, there is the Wind Ranger again. It did not work out previous game, but still quite a good track record.
I think Puck is actually really good here in the same sense Death Prophet was. Silence is so good against Wind Ranger because it's not a very expensive disable to use. It has pretty high uptime. You don't always need it for other heroes. You silence her. If you catch her before Wind Run, she just dies.
Well, Witchblade also gives you the True Strike, so like,
really good
you're killing her through it.
Oh.
And there's
get some rat action going on today. All right.
So not gonna grab the Doom against the Storm. That looks great.
And now we look at the offlaners. I guess the Doom covers a potential Tide pick as well, because maybe Tide into Furin. Tide is one of the better offlanes to deal with Furin carry, but then you got a Doom to cover it.
Bro, Nature's Prophet has like the 3rd highest win rate versus Tide. That's one of those debate matchups. Like you
need like 2 layers. You need Tide +1 normally.
Yeah, you could probably do well again. I mean, you deal with the trees, but like they go for the nice stuff.
Okay. Look, this has got to be a good Amara hero. It's like very similar play style.
It feels like it's got to be a good Amara.
Do good in the lane, and then you go crazy on the map.
You can eat ancient creeps with a shot. That's like literally farming.
It's a carry. I mean, it's a carry. You get damage with the ult. So I mean, he's more than happy.
And it's great for scouting teamfight initiation. That's going to be what TSM wants as well. Puck's looking for that. Doom's looking for that. If he just drops his ulti, he's going to spot enemies. It's going to make Storm's life easier too.
But their early ability to kill off the puck and then stop the tower siege is kind of linked to Storm having a good lane or Mortimer Kisses being available. Because like Night Stalker, he has great vision, but it's not really like kind of defending an objective style of play. He needs everyone else to use his vision until he has BKB and items like it.
Storm Night Stalker is a nasty combo though. Like
once it's online.
Yeah, the Night Stalker silence, you can just jump right into that and focus whoever the Night Stalker is focusing with the Storm, and there's no way to kill the Storm.
Doesn't this make the game way too hard for Nature's Prophet right now? I feel like playing against Storm's already difficult, but NS as well, it just seems tough.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like every time we've said that on panel, it's been wrong. I mean, we've been watching like mostly BetBoom play that hero, and it seems like, yeah, there is a window in the middle of the game where you are weak to these like ganking pickoff heroes, but you have such high tempo in the early game that you can snowball on them, and then in the late game, Dota 2 right now is just insane in the late game. Like Nature's Prophet with the leash talent genuinely outcarries a lot of heroes in Dota, and it's very good against Storm. I would actually wager that the win rate of Storm versus Nature's might be Nature's favored right now because of that leash talent.
Do you really feel like TSM has the right heroes to win those early ganks though? Like I feel like they've got great team fight. Once Doom is 6, that's great. But they don't have this. They don't have this pre-6 skirmish thing that's going to unlock towers very easily.
You're
that's
right.
Why
like,
they're banning the beast monster, right? Like the OG, if you put Doom on 4 and you pick up some overwhelming push, it simplifies everything we're talking about, because OG already is somewhat weak early on until they get one item on each core. In that window, if TSM just take a couple towers pre-10 minutes and just occupy the map, that's when they're going to be comfortable in this matchup. Having an Orchid on Fury and then getting BKB level 20, you're going to have the game from there.
Yeah, I think TSM needs like a 0 or 1 item hero to play with right now, where like they can actually fight in the early game, which would be either Moon Meander or Saberlight's hero we're looking for.
Yep, so what's still in the pool? I mean, in terms of Saberlight, we still have the Brewmaster and the Tidehunter coming out, maybe?
I love the idea of Brew. This is something that SVG said, like, I don't know, some major that resonated with me in particular, because, you know, but Brew, basically, like, you want a hero that anchors the fight for Brew, because if you can just get a fight where Brew does things and people aren't just running away from him, Brew will win any team fight in the game. So a hero like Puck is perfect for that, because you literally just say, here's where the fight is, right here. And Disruptor, that's another great hero with it for the same reason.
I like the DP banner as well. Mirrors into the Beastmaster, you get that quick BKB and they go for the fight. Depends if TSM want to go all for the pushing heroes.
Yeah.
I mean, their bans indicate they think TSM's going to play Doom as a 4 this game.
Exactly, yeah.
So
the thing with Brew here is that it kind of sucks versus Storm and Night Stalker.
With these two bans, my brain's like, okay, Dark Arts, all right.
Wow.
Have we seen that yet?
He loves that hero. He's going to have a melee 4 position. He's going to get a mana aura.
Is this also a hero that is just really good in terms of team fight that you can always rely on?
I mean, it's the first time we've seen it at the majors. Unpicked so far, but we get to see it in game 2. And it's going to give them just that all-out fight when... Oh god, this is going to be a fun draft to watch.
This hero doesn't lose late game. The quadruple wall with Refresher Orb, which is the build that everybody is doing, is just insane. You legit have like 4 of the enemy carry doing 120% damage each. It's insane.
Yeah. OG, they secure themselves with Monkey King. It gives yourself some laning with the Jingu, and you can stand your ground, of course.
Yeah, you can outrange the Iron Shell in lane, so that's nice for them. Should have a pretty solid lane.
Yeah, I don't think there's any surprises in terms of who is going to play what, with Moon Meander taking on the Doom in the position 4, as we talked about.
The mana aura with Darkseer sounds like something that I'm surprised hasn't been abused yet. That sounds really OP.
And just giving Iron Shell on Doom, and you're like, all right, go destroy their support by yourself.
Yeah,
he's gonna run him down. Iron Shell damage, mana burn, it's gonna be good.
Monkey interfering though, that matchup is pretty much Monkey favored. So I think it's now on the rest of the cast, right? The vision from the Night Stalker, how they assist each other, the Storm jumping, covering Monkey King. On the flip side, I think TSM's draft feels nicer to like snowball with. Again, these drafts, they're always kind of close. There's not like a clear favorite.
It sounds like an action-packed game to be. And who better to listen to with that than OD Pixel and Fogged?
Absolutely, Sheev. Cannot wait for this one. It's going to be a whole lot of fun in this game too, for sure, between TSM, FTX, and OG. Folks, some interesting stuff happening in the drafts, especially sort of around the old
New heroes.
Right, exactly. The amount of bans that we had that draft against Amar was quite incredible. He goes for the Night Stalker, something that we haven't seen him play for quite some time, and then Saberlight himself switching it up with something a bit different. The Darkseer coming in as that last pick.
Like you said, all the offlaners were banned, so I think both teams maybe were even looking for that Night Stalker themselves, because I think it did look pretty good, even if TSM did want to go for it. And Saberlight, big fan of the Night Stalker, so yeah, it looks interesting. Looks very aggressive. I think this game, we should have more than 6 kills at 12 minutes. Let's hope so.
Yeah, indeed. Last time around, it was a bit of a slow start, but when it ramped up, it really did for TSM FTX, as they pretty much cruised through that first game against OG. OG having no chance of slowing them down. We'll see if we can get something a little bit closer here in this game 2 as we get ourselves into the action. So overall, what are you liking from both teams with the approach that they've got coming into the second game?
TSM, FTX, they have more of like this, when we pick a battle, we're probably likely to just win this one with the Darkseer, Puck, and Doom. OG, though, have a really good way to maneuver and pick their fights as well. They have a lot of vision that's going to be coming into this game with the Monkey King and with the Night Stalker, so I think it could be a little difficult for TSM, FTX. They have to be very careful how they do use these long cooldown ults. Looking at the preparation already, playing versus Doom, we've already seen this so many times. Look at the wards. OG just blocking out their jungle, getting information to make sure that they can see what creep that Doom gets in particular. Because if he gets the mana creep, we've seen what happens. They tend to just crush the lane. And I'm really curious to see what Saberlight's going to do. It's a hero that he's very, very dominant with, as you see. Master tier, it's one of his favorites. And I'm just curious what this hero is going to be able to do in a match like this, when a lane could be a bit difficult. Versus the Monkey King with that built-in sustain. Versus double melee as well.
We'll see if we have any attempts here around the bounty rune. Saberlight won't stick around to try and grab this. Actually try and make a bit of a go onto him. They'll take away half his HP. And overall as well, sort of from game to game for these teams, we saw last time round, as you were pointing towards, TSM FTX, they did such an excellent job of having that sort of vision advantage against OG. When you're playing these sort of grand finals, between game 1 and game 2, do you think OG would have had a chance to sort of look at that and be able to sort of take that into account in this second game? Or is it likely that they might struggle with the vision setup that TSM FTX was so good at getting against them?
I think they definitely did. That one ward in particular that was in the dire jungle for the entirety, it kind of crushed OG for 6 minutes. So I really do think that they went back and did their homework. I mean, they're all watching, so they know what was going on in the game. And they did adapt a lot this game, rather than going for a bit of a... You could say that last draft did look a little bit weird because it had Kunkka, Underlord, and Lina. No straight, no straight carry in particular. This time around, they do have that in the Monkey King. Sure. So adaptation was made from OG, but TSM FTX, they've completely changed the way this draft has been too. More like the pressure that they're going to be going for still is a bit similar. Sure, they don't have the Death Prophet, but they have the Nature's Prophet carry that's going to get involved very early for tower pressure.
We're getting a little bit of an XD out here from Tomato on that bottom lane. Some tips as well, going back his way from Amal. Friendly stuff, I'm sure. And so, yeah, from the carry matchup, you know, Tomato on the Prophet. Has this ended up being a game where the Prophet's going to feel pretty strong? I mean, what's he most scared of out of OG's lineup?
It's a bit scary. Night Stalker, Stormman, Monkey King, 3 heroes that can gap close on top of him. So it's gonna be a bit difficult for him, but if he tanks up, if he has a good lane, which he should have with this double range versus Night Stalker, he could just be too tanky for them to deal with when he gets his early itemization.
Top lane. Top. Good body blocks here from Seb, trying to trap Moon, but the Surge is ready. Saberlight making sure that Moon's able to safely escape. You can continue to keep the pressure on this top lane.
Means Yaragi's going to miss a couple last hits when they go for those aggressive moves.
It's not going to get any easier to commit, especially once they've got the second point in the shell. High chance that unless Yaragi can build up that Jingu and get that burst heal out, the overwhelming damage from a couple of Iron Shells could be a real nuisance for a Monkey King in the laning stage.
Definitely. I mean, level 2 Ion Shell, level 2 Scorched Earth, when they have that online, the damage that rips through is pretty ridiculous. So yeah, they will have to find some way to sustain through it. So Yaragi probably gets that Jingu next, as we expect. Saberlight trying to pull, but the creeps are there. He's gonna have to surge away.
That will mean that OG can maintain control of that. And then over in the mid lane, we saw last game, Ryle, he had a ridiculous time on his Pango. Each and every team fight, being able to get the jump. I imagine as the Puck, he's going to sort of have the same focus, right? He's going to look for those backliners, and it's, you know, Seb in particular, he's going to have it out for the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, absolutely. Great control for the Storm, even for that Night Stalker. Night Stalker does not like to be held in position. He likes to be able to like weave in and out of the fights constantly, so versus that Puck, Ryle could get a lot of work done. Seeing both of the mid laners trying to stack up their small camps. Bryle will be successful with his.
See top lane Saberlight.
Saberlight.
He's got the surge on cooldown. He's probably in trouble here. There we have it. First blood.
This is a tough lane to play. The double melee versus the Monkey King. You're already seeing it build up quickly. Moon has to leave the lane. He's looking for a creep. Can't find the Dream Creep, as we do know. They blocked out a lot of those camps.
And they've been doing a really good job on this denies top. You see that so far. He's only been able to get 5 CS out of the lane on the darks here.
Yeah, struggling a lot more than the Night Stalker, who's getting a couple last hits just with his Void. Can't really bully Amar out of the lane. They are impacting his CS just because of those double range harassments, but he's got double Bracer. So yeah, tough for Saberlight and Moon. Gonna have to see how they recover up here.
And sort of this time round, would you imagine we'll see Moon hover around the top lane a bit more? Or again, is he going to try and leave this lane to Saberlight on his own?
I think he should stay around the top lane a bit more. Already though, he's going to get ganked.
PZM waiting around the tree line for him. Seb's ready to help out as well as Moon. He'll try and get out of it. He'll let out a tornado, but he won't be able to turn anything around. It's OG, they take him down. Kill for BZM.
Not something you'd expect. Level 4 Storm. Walking over to check the rune, ends up getting a kill like that. It's going to continue to make Saberlight have a very difficult time. And it will get easier, actually, because now Yuragi, he's got the points saved up, so if he sees opportunities for 2 points in Jingu, he'll be able to completely offset the damage that does come between the two of these.
Now, bottom lane Tomato. Oh, my goodness.
TP's out on Intrent.
Wow, well, living on the edge there, will survive.
Much more aggressive lane this time around with the Snapfire in comparison to that Rubik. But still see Tomato free farming.
Yeah, we'll see that TP again, see how low exactly. Did get 2 HP.
Apologies, he didn't even have the treads. They completed when he back to base. I was like, oh god.
A 2 HP there on the escape. It doesn't get much closer than that.
Stack those branches, people. That third branch made the difference.
Now he's picked up more now. He's got 5 branches to play with.
He had 2 in his backpack when he was. I think he started the lane with what, 5 branches and a Blightstone, so just high stats.
See if they can try and get Saberlight. He'll try and surge away, but the shackle's there from Seb. Saberlight in trouble. Boundless at the ready. OG continue to well and truly deal with the top lane darks here. They're sending out the tips as well. Over to the mid. Ryle tries a bit of setup here with the Dream Core, but TPs are coming in. Moon, he's got to back off.
Shackle.
They get the shackle again. Steps in. Grabbing the speed creep into the Doom. Locks down Moon Meander. And OG, they are striking back hard here in this game too. 4-0. And already having a great impact across the lanes.
It's really problematic as well, too, because now Doom, if you saw Moon when he entered that fight, he was level 2. So it's a level 1 Scorched Earth doing very little damage, kind of tickling BZM, and that's also going to impact, as we said, Saberlight, only level 4 right now. This is going to be a slow start for the two of them.
They're going to try and look towards him. They have got the control. He's got 10 stick charges and a Fairy Fire. He's going to have the backup from BZM as well as BZM heads over. Tiger will go down. See if BZM and Seb can get some kills in return out of this. They can. They take out Moon again.
Another rune, too, for mana. Can't continue to go for anything else. But nighttime has been hit, too, so Amar now will start to even bully Tomato a little bit down here. So lanes look to have gone incredibly well for the side of OG.
Top lane.
Saberlight.
He's going to be able to keep the distance with that last bit of surge duration that he had, but has to be cautious, especially with the phase boots done on Yuragi.
I was about to mention these phase boots as well, too, because most of the time, especially for Monkey King, we always see treads built up, but he's playing versus Nature's Prophet. We've seen the problems come. You get sprouted, you're stuck with phase boots. You can just cut the tree. When the shard comes out, you can just walk through that tree, and so it's an adaptation we've seen a lot of players doing.
Absolutely, and one of the reasons why you're almost certainly going to see him go for that Battle Fury build this game. And he should, he's off to a good start on getting it at a decent time. Second highest on the net worth, just behind BZM Storm.
BZM is massive.
See Seb, he had to cut his way out of the trees with the power shot. TSM, they'll turn up with the numbers. 4 heroes have a look towards taking down Seb. They'll get him out of their jungle.
And Moon does find the creep, as we do see. So he's got the Dream Creep now. He can potentially maybe look to get some impact. Top, though, is just still so difficult to lane versus this Monkey King. Saberlight is getting some levels, though, so that Ion Shell damage will start adding up. They might have to make a rotation, though, to slow down this Monkey King's farm.
Yeah, Yuragi getting the Void Stone first to make sure he constantly has mana to pretty much spam that Primal Spring every time the creep wave comes in and clear out those Iron Shell creeps very easily.
Lane's having to be broken, though, by TSM FTX. Tomato, he can't lane versus the Night Stalker, has to jungle a bit. definite problems for them in this
Gonna see
early
the shackle from Seb Connect. As if we look around the power runes going to end up being down on the bottom side of things.
Both teams the last game literally were just playing around power runes. Almost every single one of those fights we did see around the river around them. So tons of emphasis on it. 2K lead already for OG.
Yeah, BZM and Tiger. Let me see if they can find something on TSM FTX's half of the map. So far, BZM having fantastic involvement in the action. Already 1-0-2 on the mid-storm.
I wonder when they're going to be able to use Saberlight, because he's got Arcane Boots, he's got the level 6 now, but the only person to really carry his Ion Shell this game is him and the Doom. And Moon being so far behind is unbelievably squishy.
Dire's top tower is under
4-position Doom, not tanky. Has to buy any type of small item so he can actually carry that Ion Shell in fights.
And again, just the continued space that Uragi's having. No pressure at all on the Monkey King. And we're going to see that maybe change now. TSM.
They need ults to be able to do things on TSM FTX.
Bringing the numbers top to see if they can take down Uragi. They'll start things up with a Dream Coil. Lay down the wall. He should go down here. They've got the burst. They'll take him out. A well-needed move there from TSM FTX. They had to slow down Uragi.
Can they transition it into anything, though? Ideally, they want to try to hit this tower a little bit, but it's a bit difficult. He's already back up in 15 seconds. Probably scared of rotations, too, because Amar, he's gone for a greedy skill build, but he's holding a skill point as well, too, in case he needs Dark Ascension to come join, or he needs the Crippling Fear.
Yeah, Moon's got to be a little careful around how he shows in the mid.
He's so squeezed. He's level 4.
He is, yeah, BZM at level 8. They'll be ready to dive him if they see a chance. And it's got Tomato by his side.
Whoop.
Whoop. That's going to see BZM turn towards Tomato with a slow now. Go back with the Vortex onto Moon. Moon very, very dead here as OG continue to feed off the dude.
We'll get some top tower damage, though. I'd like to even bring it down. So good move from TSM FTX to use that. You know, use Moon's death to at least get something big out of it. Bottom, Amar.
He's going to get on top of Dubu. It's a crapper fight, slowing down the punches for now, but there is more from OG. Tiger making his way down to help Amar out. Amar, he doesn't even need it. He's able to do it on his own, taking out Dubu, taking the tier 1 tower.
It is such a good Night Stalker game. This is going to be a huge thorn that TSM is going to have to figure out to deal with, because he can just kill, he can get on top of like almost any of these heroes and kill them by himself. This Crippling Fear versus the Nature's Prophet versus Pugna versus Puck.
And OG, you know, this game is them that's getting the fast towers.
Yep.
The second tower taken down in the mid lane. TSM FTX did manage to finish off the one top. OG having the tower advantage. The gold league growing as well. Top lane.
Top.
BZM, he'll make the jump here for Saberlight. And he's got enough mana to chase down the Darkseer. Saberlight cannot run.
Solo kill. And now top, the coil's used. Do they have any follow-up, though?
Shackle not going to latch. Brow's going to still continue to attempt to commit onto BZM. But he does not have the damage alone. Dubu and Tomato not quite able to get in position to get any punches in.
They have to be very careful how they use these ults on the side of TSM FTX. If you look at their draft, it's really all relying on ults to be able to catch anybody. OG, they have plethora of stuns. Boundless Strike, Shackles, Cookies, Vortex, etc. TSM, it's literally just really the coil early on. So each time that these do not lead into a kill, it's a lot of downtime where OG just gets to sit back and farm and continue this advantage.
I mean, they're looking towards Amar bottom. Tomato is going to have to back up a Moon and Saberlight. They're going to go straight for it. Drop down the Doom, the wall as well, to try and catch him in the slow. They'll jump forward. He's trapped in the Sprout. He should go down here. No chance for Amar as TSM FTX use their ultimates here to guarantee a kill on a big core. Ryle. Does orb into this. They've got the control and the damage from the kisses. Ryle.
Trouble.
He's going down for that one. OG tripping him up there around the triangle as they see him jumping in with the orb.
It's just easier for them to make these moves when they have just tons of control, ults that they can throw from a distance, power shots, etc. And ooh, look at that stack. I didn't even see the enormous stack that OG does have in their triangle right now, too. Hard camp more, but...
And unlikely to see TSM and FTX be able to get over here and do anything about BZM farming this one, especially with Bryle dead. This is going to continue to push the cause of OG towards some good BKB timings. BZM queuing it up next. Of course, as we saw from Amar, he's pretty much got the gold for the Mithril Hammer. We just need the recipe. So they're going to hit this timing where the BKBs will be online. And obviously around that magic immunity, not a lot of damage that TSM FTX can do at this stage of the game.
Oh, I'm quite worried for them. I don't think that this is the way that they wanted to come out of the lanes at all. I think they were the ones who wanted to be the aggressors with Tomato potentially setting up on towers, but they're at a tower disadvantage, and they really do feel completely cooldown reliant. So OG just farming it up. Anytime they see a hero, they're just going to be able to commit with them without having to do any big commitment of spells.
Trying to push out this bottom lane. They'll easily get the kill out of this one. Uragi with that as well. Pretty much got the Battle Fury gold done. In fact, yeah, it's done. So we're seeing a 13-minute Battle Fury here for him on top of those smaller items, the phase boost, the Wraith Band. This is a very, very quick start for Uragi.
The chorus too, looking at the levels, level 11 on Storm, level 11 on Monkey King, and 10 on Night Stalker.
Yeah, and OG know that TSM are really struggling to deal with the pressure as they immediately smoke up with the three of them. Tiger, Seb, and BZM on the hunt. See who they can catch out of this, TSM. Be sure to stay close to the tower. Do still have Bryle far out on his own. We'll see if he's able to elusive enough to get out of there. The TP just in time. Before OG was able to spot him as he heads back to join the rest of his team, and they'll actually look to go for a smoke up themselves.
They've got Doom back up, so now, as we said, very cooldown reliant. When they have those, they can look for these plays, have to find something big.
Yeah, good damage as well with Bryle having the Witchblade complete.
They have the Treants pushing mid too, so if they do get a decent catch, they could transition it into a tower, which they really need.
See what they can get, Seb. Catch up with the silence.
They don't want to commit.
They don't want to use the ult. They'll commit in the end to get the kill. Now OG's been able to have the time to turn up and turn things around as Dubu will try and run. They'll get the grab back on Moon. Dubu attempting to heal up with the life drain, but they're in on top of him with the cookie in the spring.
And Bryle.
They'll lose two. Bryle creating some distance here with the Waning Rift. He'll have Orb back up in a second. Amar, he's going to have that ability to chase, close the gap.
No mana, though.
So Bryle, regen rune at the ready as well. So he'll heal up, and Amar won't manage to chase, but still it's OG taking down two in response of just losing Seb's Wind Ranger.
You could see how hesitant, how reluctant he was. He did not want to have to coil the Wind Ranger. They need to save those for the bigger targets. And OG just keep responding. Now they have nighttime as well, too. That was Dark Ascension used by Amar. Now the next few moments, he's still going to be able to turn up to the fights easily. And BKB is going to be done for him in a second, also for BZM.
And of course for Tomato, he has to get that BKB done before he's ready to sort of TP in and fight back against OG.
He'll just die if he doesn't have it. They have so much nuke damage that can just be thrown onto him. And it's nothing that, like we've mentioned, it's nothing that's like this huge committal either. It's like they can just like scatter blast, power shot, avoid, so many different things that they have. They do have a blink now on Saberlight, so he can get a bit more involved with his teamfight presence.
And again, coiled back up, Doom's still ready to go.
You gotta find something. They have to slow down this farm of OG.
Tiger wouldn't be the biggest of catches. They'll settle for him. Tiger.
Oh. They're just, they really don't want to commit any of these spells.
BZM in the mid, he baits out the Dream Coil.
Oh.
He goes straight down the mid lane there, and Bryle tries to react with an ult. Won't quite catch him.
Might be able to turn this into a tower, though. So a good move from TSM FTX. Even though they did use that coil, they still have Doom in case something does go down. And Saberlight, he only had to commit Vacuum for the kill for the snap, so they can still look to keep hunting.
Yeah, being able to get out and onto OG's side of the map whilst they are down as a team, TSM FTX is impressive. They're close to having the Blink Dagger money for Moon, so multiple ways to get that instant jump. Obviously, the top priority being the core heroes, especially the Storm and the Monkey King. A stage of the game still where if either of those get doomed, they're almost certainly going to die.
Absolutely. Moon needs to find a Centaur. This is where a little bit of the game dynamic can change for TSM FTX. Once he has a Centaur creep, he's Ion Shell, they have Vacuum. They have an extra way to fight easier without a big ultimate as Dubu.
He's got the pick pole.
He's tanking it up.
They're going to drop the kisses to try and finish him off. We'll see how well Dubu can dodge these. Nice little bit of sidestepping. He won't get out, though.
Oh, he did get brought down.
At the same time, also losing Saberlight here. Seb.
Bryle.
They're on top of him as well. In with the silence. Amar, he's ready to commit with the BKB. Stay on top of Bryle. Bryle will attempt to get out of there. He's got another orb, but the punches from Amar's Night Stalker. Too much for the puck to withstand. There's 3 dead on TSM FTX again. The remaining 2 just having to retreat. Uragi even thinking about chasing on for Moon there. So OG continue to grow their lead. 15-6, 5K up.
Hard for TSM FTX to run in there. The reveal of the BKBs so early on from OG, as you mentioned before. Pretty much nothing that TSM FTX draft besides that Doom can really do versus those BKBs early. We do see the shard picked up though. Nature's Prophet Tomato is going to start to whittle down these towers.
Just sort of the struggles for TSM that the other two cores starting to fall behind a little bit. And Saberlight, he's had a tough game so far as Darkseer. Very slow start in the lane.
Almost a third BKB done now too. Yuragi's about to have it. Fights are going to get very complicated. They need to get some type of dream initiation, a vacuum into a... I think Moon can't find... I actually think he just killed the Centaur. Okay, didn't have Devour up, but he really needs to find the Centaur creep like I was mentioning. Yeah. Just having this follow-up stunner, any ways to initiate besides just Coil.
Sure. Because yeah, at the moment, the Coil really being the only thing that can capitalize on a good vacuum.
And now they have BKBs, so it's like they can just walk out of it. So they need some type of actual control because it's just not there. Their whole lineup doesn't have anything like that.
Yeah, Moon's got to be able to get his Doom off every time. If he doesn't Doom a target, I see little ways that they can win a team fight against OG.
Here I am.
Even if they get the Dooms off, I mean, they really need to start getting some big connections with those ults because they're starting to fall pretty far behind.
Yeah, Tomato doing a good job of keeping up with the farm of Yuragi, considering Yuragi got such a quick timing on the Battle Fury.
But Yuragi has better core matchups, that's the thing. Tomato's core matchup can be pretty difficult this game. BZM?
It will pop the BKB there. Doom is going to be thrown down, but they won't be able to do anything with that. At the least it will stop BZM from being able to chase them down, give them the space to back off. But that is the Doom on cooldown.
At least the BKB was used. Some type of silver lining there for TSM FTX. Perhaps could use something to find the storm afterwards now.
Gonna see this top. Gonna see if they can keep this puck locked down. Stun into Crepify though from Dubu. Dubu will allow Brian to escape.
No, he gets
power shot off Seb. What an angle there. Getting him right at the edge, and now with the Gale Force, he's even gonna look for Tomato. Has got the BKB, has to pop it to have a chance to surviving. He'll try and stand his ground against Seb, beating into the Wind Ranger, cooking off to the side, but Seb does fall. Tomato opts to TP out with the range of the BKB. So Tomato at least able to bring down Seb and get out of there in return.
Big jump.
Oh, he's looking for Saberlight. BZM, he's in. Look at the grab, Moon, trying to have over the barrel. Oh my goodness.
And now Tomato, he rejoined.
Through them, he's trying to get in, but now his BKB's on cooldown. They're looking to dive him. They're past the tier 3s. You know, Amar, he wants to keep going. The kiss is coming in. Dubu's here to try and save Tomato. Get Tomato back to base. But Amar, he'll just turn, take out Dubu beyond the around the fountain here. See if Amar's able to get out. He should be fine. He's still got BKB.
He'll got it, and the TP.
TP's ready as well. Amar, he'll get out of there. They cannot punish him.
Oh, what a play. OG really starting to run away with things. Tomato does live, but does cost Dubu his life again. Having to bail out his teammates.
I mean, probably feeling like, you know, in that lane, they still have the tier 1, the tier 2, the tier 3. He felt that he was in a safe spot to be, but as you can see, when OG gets ahead of you, there's very little places on the map that are safe, even inside your own base.
So much chase. Monkey King plus Storm plus Night Stalker can just relentlessly go for these, and yeah, look at this. The power shot on the side of the screen does clip Ryle.
And right on the edge there, Seb. He's been allowed his Wind Ranger, and he's landing those sort of shots. You know, we've seen it from the Shackles, but he's showing us the power shots can be pretty darn good as well.
I'm really surprised Moon still hasn't found a Centaur, or just opting to not go for it.
TSM FTX will hit back with the smoke. They're trying to make this move. Some of their ults still on cooldown, though. They'll get the jump straight away.
Great back.
Catch. They manage to burst through Seb and Tiger. They quickly catch the two supports. They're taken out of the game. A good move for TSM FTX as they get straight back in.
They need to threaten. Ooh. Okay, nice little Centaur. I think they have to threaten Roche. Yeah, they're pinging it out. I think they have to try to get something out of the fact that two heroes are dead. It's daytime as well. No Dark Ascension.
Okay.
They have to go for some type of big play.
Has been caught by the scan. BZM, I believe he just picked up an Arcane Rune.
Oh, he's zipping.
He's
zipping.
It's a long zip.
It's a long one.
He's going all the way. Woo! Okay, they tried to see if they could catch him, but it was a zip TP, so BZM's fine. He'll refuel. He's going to go for round 2 down the mid. I mean, that zip alone has scared TSM FTX. They're slowing down their efforts around committing for Roshan. They're going to see if they can get kills instead. As they go towards Yuragi, but the BKB's out from BZM. He's straight onto Dubu. Wants to get rid of the Pugner. The kiss is coming in over towards Saberlight. BZM gets the double. We've got Doom in trouble as well. Moon cannot escape this as OG take down the 3 of them.
And now they'll get the Roche themselves. Oh, devastating for TSM FTX.
They do still have Bryle.
He can't.
At the moment, but it doesn't look like he's going to try for a steal. Backing away, Tomato as well, also wanting to have no part of this one. He's working on the bottom lane, trying his best to get that next item done after the BKB. He's looking for the AC.
They had this small potential window to try to get for this Roche, but OG respond with full force. And now Dark Ascension's back up, so they're looking to fight themselves, OG. And with Arosh and Aegis now and Yuragi heavily in the lead.
Yeah, the items continue to fly out for OG. Seb's got his Blink Dagger done. So they've got to be prepared for those shackle shots that we've got so used to seeing from him.
And look at BZM, just perfect targets this time. Getting Saberlight as well as Dubu. Even though the ward is there, they don't care. They're that much stronger now at this moment.
No, this is definitely going to be the move from OG. You have to go for Dubu first. We've seen how good of a player Dubu is on the Pugna. In the last game, countless times with the save. Even in this one, bailing heroes out like Tomato in that instance where OG was diving. You've got to get rid of Dubu first. Otherwise, he's going to be having the potential to turn the fight around with those saves.
It's a lot easier for them this time, too, because they just have, like we said, multiple heroes that just gap close, get on top of him. Dubu, not even with the Glimmer Cape yet, very poor.
They'll start to show themselves up top again, TSM FTX. OG, they'll certainly want to take a fight out of this. Seb tries with the jump, but he's going to get caught in the sprout himself. Gets vacuumed back, Seb in trouble. They'll try and cookie him to safety, but the Nature's Wrath comes crashing through. Tomato takes Seb down.
It was a BKB from Tomato, and BZM's in.
He's still trying to fight this. You see Dubu again attempting to save Saberlight, but the Scatter Blast down onto the two of them. BZM continuing to clean up the kills.
And this is all before 25 minutes, Owen. Those nulls are about to kick in. Level 19 now in this Storm, 24 minutes in.
Well, 7-0-10. He is having a fantastic time in this one. Last game, it very much was Bryle stealing the show. This time, on the side of OG, BZM leading the way.
And looking like it could potentially be smooth sailing as this continues too. A full Aghanims now for Yuragi. They're all so farmed. And the levels too. Level 21 on the Monkey King. It's 24 minutes in. Nearly keeping up with the game time.
Tomato is very close to having the AC. It's going to be very handy in helping deal with the amount of physical damage that Yuragi's going to be able to set up across the team fight when the Wukong's command goes down. And he's, again, sort of amongst all the chaos, Tomato keeping it on par with the farm of Yuragi. It is impressive, but in terms of how easy of a game it is for a carry Prophet against a carry Monkey King in this sort of scenario, it's not easy at all for Tomato. He's really got his work cut out.
It really feels like all three of the cores kind of counteract him. Sure, the Sprout Leash is going to be effective versus the Storm in some instances, but it's still not enough. But somehow Tomato is still 2-0-4. It's actually really impressive that he hasn't died yet this game.
OG quite able to catch Saberlight. This time around, Dubu also might just be safe here. Bryle jumps back in. Seb trying to get Dubu back in position. He's able to run it against the wind, get back to the safety of the tier 2 and the rest of his team. How long have they got left on the Aegis still? Yuragi, a couple of minutes that they can look to play with this one.
Nighttime as well, so it does feel difficult for TSM FTX to get out on the map. And this game, as we mentioned last one a lot, it was a vision control. This time OG has been dominant on that one. TSM FTX only have one defensive ward at the moment. And when it's nighttime, it's very spooky when you're playing versus Night Stalker. You have no idea which angle they can come from, even versus Monkey King too.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So you're on the wars destroyed this game round. Tiger doing an excellent job of shutting down the map, shutting down the vision that TSM FTX are trying to get out against the pressure, the control that OG's been able to have here. As there's no real safe spot of the map. You see TSM FTX trying to clear their triangle. They have to do it as a 5-man.
Yuragi.
Oh, he's going to jump in. See if they can poke anything out of him, but he's playing it cool with the Aegis. He knows that it's not really too much of a risk of going down twice. They'll drop the wall. See if they can even take him down the once with the Dream Coil again. And the illusions. That'll be the Aegis gone. And already, with the time that's passed, OG, they've been able to turn up and back him up. So Yuragi more than fine on the second life.
And now they know there's no
about
coil.
To go in a minute anyway.
Yeah, and now there's no coil, there's no wall either, so OG probably gonna sweep the map. Just don't let them farm, just look for these kills after kills. As they have vision too, Bryle has to be careful right now.
And now BZM with that Lincoln's much tougher of a target for Moon to try and find those opportunities to get the Doom down on the Storm.
Great Lincoln's game. It's either Doom or Decrepify Sprout. Like there's pretty much all the big things that could trip up BZM. I say the Sprout because Tomato getting close to 20. A very good Lincoln's pick up. Oh, Tomato has to BKB immediately.
BKB CP, Tomato making sure that he continues to stay alive as long as possible. You say still yet to die this game. Tomato really keeping his cool in a very, very difficult game so far.
Another sweep, OG. I think they're likely to just even run into the enemy ancient high ground.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Tomato, no BKB. TSM FTX cannot fight without it. Moon still has not gone for... I'm actually very surprised he did not go for Sentinel Creep. I'm going to keep reiterating, because I think with the combos that you can do, it's the way that you can trip it up versus those BKBs, but really just wanting this mana aura.
And it can be very nice, right, to have that sort of AoE stun to follow up when you get the lead in on a hero like the Storm, right? Especially once the Storm has the Lincolns.
It's something we used to see all the time. It was one of the priorities for those Dooms when it was picked so prevalently in the past. As bottom, it's an Arcane Rune for BZM.
He's going to be happy with that one. If he sees it, it's just on the edge of the vision, though, so you might have seen it there with the pass-by of the Zip. OG have the smoke here from Tiger, Seb, and Jiragi, as they know that TSM FTX has started to make their way back out on the map, and they are relatively split up. Already, they were seeing the TPs back to base.
Yeah.
They know as soon as they've given that sort of information up, they can't hang around. They know that OG will immediately make that sort of move towards them.
They can't, like, Amar just shows his face because he's the tankiest one on the team, so they can't really commit on him either, because if they do throw anything, he just BKBs and resets. Jiragi off
They're going to find Dubu stepping forward. Brao's going to try and help out here as he'll jump in with the silence onto Seb, but they've lost Dubu. Seb should tick out pretty low. No, he's actually going to live. Saberlight gets him with the vacuum, but he couldn't quite catch Seb. He's ready to fight. He's in under the tier 2, committing him with the BKB. He'll turn over towards Saberlight, take out the Darkseer. Dubu's brought back. TSM FTX, can they really punch back in this fight? Bryle forward. He'll get caught by the Scalabus into the Cookie Tiger, locking him down. Dubu trying to heal up the puck, but Amar's in on top of him with the silence. Bryle goes down. Zip forward from BZM. They have the control on towards Dubu. Tomato plus the BKB trying to pick me up, but the bash is there. Triple kill from Amar. Zip over from BZM towards Moon. OG, they get the team wipe.
Whoa. The BKB bought for the puck to attempt to defend himself versus these silence, and he still just can't. And definitely seeing that Arcane Rune come into play. Jiragi, a perfect positioning to miss the Boundless Strike at the initial start of the fight, but Wukong's completely surrounding Dubu.
We'll see it again here, Bryle. I mean, locked down perfectly by Tiger, and Dubu really trying to do his best to save the heroes around him, but only so much he can do. And Tomato, for all the farm he has, the difficulties of being a carry prophet, especially once the Basher is online on the Night Stalker, is very much showing. There's just no way for him to stand his ground and try and carry against the heroes that OG have farmed up.
It really does feel like the impossible game for the Nature's Prophet versus those 3 cores. And now with the supports being so farmed on OG as well too, you're seeing Taiga with this blink near a BKB. They can also get into the face of these heroes. More control, more follow-up. Yeah, looking harder and harder. As I'm gonna take a glance, you know, this win probability, it's kind of how you'd expect it to be. I think we can show this one. It's 98% right now for OG.
Yeah, they've got to look for some real big brain moves here. TSM FTX, they want to turn this around. Look for chances where maybe OG slip up, let a hero out on their own. But so far in this game too, those sort of scenarios just haven't occurred. OG coming back very well composed after an incredibly rough game 1 against TSM FTX. This game 2, it's just been completely flipped on its head in comparison.
31-11. I mean, easy for them to set up those kills. And the thing is, like, sometimes you can count as this Darkseer to bring the game back for you because he has a good matchup versus the carry, like it's a Medusa or Terrorblade or something like that, where the illusion's going to be amazing, you know, your punch, your wall. He's versus a Monkey King. It's not really that great. You know, this Monkey King's not going to really care about it. It's also just going to die almost instantly versus the build that this Monkey King does have. Level 25 already on Jiragi with a Nullifier now.
See the smoke here from TSM FTX. Another bad team fight could mean that we'll start seeing them dropping the Gs. We'll see them attempt to get in onto Seb, but Seb turns with the shackles. Saberlight jumps in and with the vacuum control on Jiragi, but the BKB's out from Jiragi. He'll look to try and run down Saberlight. Saberlight pops the BKB, but they're in on top of him and they take him out. Dubu's caught in the pit. 2 dead on TSM FTX.
Bryles is dead too.
Shackles there, locking down Moon. It's going to be 4 dead again on TSM FTX as OG overrun them.
Look at the damage from Amar there. Plus 264 on the Night Stalker. He literally just killed the puck through the BKB. Just one bash into another hit. Tomato has hit the 20, so he has the Sprout leash, but does not feel like it's going to do much of anything. Also a base ward.
Yeah, it's got to be so careful. Their own base at this stage, not even a safe spot here for TSM FTX. You know that OG, they'll be ready to jump in. Whether it'll be off a tree from Jiragi or a zip 4 from PZM or Amar just heading straight in with the ultimate.
Really feels like a flip from that last game. No way that TSM FTX ever have a chance to fight and win a 5v5 team fight while OG just dominates every single one of them.
And I think, you know, Amar in particular, he's going to be feeling very good about this game. He was targeted so heavily during the draft phase. Goes for his Night Stalker, something I believe we haven't seen for at least 5 months. OG play with Amar on 9, 1, and 5. It's just been the perfect hero each and every time, getting on top of Bryle on Dubu. They just can't cast a single spell. Dubu, they'll try and head out, but immediately BZM's on top of him. Saberlight as well. He can't run. Moon will get him with the Doom, but the BKB's already out. Uragi, there's going to be no chance of any follow-up damage to threaten this Monkey King. Moon will manage to live, but again, it's just 2 heroes down, and TSM FTX unable to take anything in return from OG.
And that's, yeah, Doom used, and they're massive. A full Aghanim's Blessing for BZM now, too, so those fights, it's going to be even more of a molly-whopping, really, if he does get on top of them and get the multi-vortex.
The OG, they can look to hold back for the next Roche.
They're cruising now, Owen. This is just, you know, this is smooth sailing. TSM FTX, it really feels like there's not much of anything they can do.
Uragi, look at the jump on Bryle. He has got BKB and an orb up. And the blink will be away in time. Also,
Coil's off.
Dream Coil doesn't catch him. And of course, no further stun here. So Bryle, he'll make it out alive this time. Target. They'll see the Roshan. OG, they can look to move over for this one. The question is whether TSM FTX will be able to challenge this at all, or if they've just got to wait for the fight to be brought to their base.
No way can they challenge that Roche fight. They can't even leave their base at the moment.
Seb just chilling on the cliff here.
He's been there a while. Over a minute. Enjoying the view.
I mean, he knows as long as TSM FTX are kept held on the high ground, very little progression is going to be happening at all from any of their heroes.
And Dubu can never save anybody ever again, too, because there's double nullifiers now on the side of OG.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're going to try and make their way out, see if they can get some sort of control back in their own jungle.
Go get an outpost. Okay. But on to Roche. And it's a freebie.
Yeah, they'll know what's going on, but no chance of making a move over towards him. They'll just have to do their best to prepare for the high ground defense. It's not going to be an easy one, as we've seen already. I think, like, 15 minutes ago, OG, they were already diving the base. Now 35 minutes in and with a 25k lead in an Aegis, I wouldn't be surprised if we see all 5 of OG collapsing into the base and fighting TSM FTX all the way back to their fountain.
And it really always says something when, even when it's daytime, the TSM FTX has no way to potentially be able to fight versus the Night Stalker. Now it's night, level 23. It's go time for OG.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Saberlight in a very difficult spot.
Bash into the shackle, not a chance for Saberlight to live. Out for a minute and no buyback available. Short on the gold after he spent up for that BKB. So a big window here for OG to get the push going. They brought the mid lane and the top lane coming in.
Could be 2 Raxes here. 2 sets, that is. The Darkseer is kind of the most important tool for their team fight right now.
With how farm their cores are, the base dying in a matter of seconds. The mid is cleared up. They'll turn towards the top, take the tier 2. Riley has got the coil dropped down onto Seb. If they can finish off the Wind Ranger, at least they can, but Amar and BZM will make sure they get the revenge here for Seb as they take out Bryle. Moon, he'll attempt to run, hide up on the cliff, but they've got vision on him. He goes down, godlike for Amar. As the rest of OG, Uragi working on this top lane.
He doesn't even have to go back. 2 teammates show, or 3 teammates show on the opposite side of the map, and he's just still able to hit towers like this. 3 dead. Tomato has to be so careful how close he goes.
When they're going in, Tomato will stand his ground with the BKB, turn towards Misha. Misha able to jump out in time with that cookie. Not even he will fall here to the damage of the carry Prophet.
Misha? Misha turned up.
That Tiger. Tiger, of course, represented him here with the hashtag. And now, this top lane, this top Rax, they'll have Moon back up in 15, but no puck. Holding onto the buyback here, Bryle. They'll let a second set fall to OG.
And Moon did, now, 20 minutes later, he did find the Centaur creep, but at this point, the game is impossible. It's been impossible, really, for the last 20 minutes.
We'll see if they can land one combo.
Let's see.
Maybe
they need
one
a 5-man.
final ride here for TSM FTX. See if they can get the vacuum into a hoof stomp. Down 34k. Let's see what they can do. Look at the jump in, the punch onto Uragi. Let's see if they can burst through in the ones. The kiss is already coming out from the side. Uragi is going to start healing up off the illusion. Turns with a boundless strike onto Dubu. Dubu falls to the kisses. Uragi will continue working on the barracks.
They're way too far.
They'll take the nether ward out. Bryle will jump in with the BKB over towards Tiger, but there's the zip forward straight away on towards Saberlight. Buyback comes out. BZM has been caught. There's the jump. Moon will be able to get him with the stun. They've taken out BZM. They'll turn their attention over towards Jiragi. He's also surrounded by the Sprout. He goes down the once, but there's a dieback from Saberlight. We'll see with the remaining 3 members. They can take out Jiragi a second time, but no, the BKB's up. Amar and Jiragi get straight on top of Moon. They turn towards Tomado.
Oh, he is so dead.
But the bashes are there from Amar. Tomado out of the game. GG. As OG. And this game too is showing very well that they can stomp just as hard as TSM FTX did in that game 1. Once again, this was not a close one.
No, it was not. This was, I mean, a total beatdown, really. TSM FTX, it felt like even after the laning phase, the game was over. There was limited plays they could do. They were still trying to make the moves, but a couple times it was like, oh god, this hero's gonna get away with 1 HP, and they'd have to throw the coil. So a couple times, yeah, it just felt bad for TSM that they had to commit these spells that they wanted to hold on to for the bigger kills. OG, crisp this game. 12-1 and 10 really on Amar, 14-1 and 17 on BZM.
I mean, that's
topping off.
That's the thing, yeah. Game 1, we have Bryle showing off from the mid, and then this game 2, BZM Storm. Phenomenal. 14-1-17. And Amar, I think he's going to be the happiest one coming out of that one. He's going to say, right, if you want to do that against me in the draft, take out all my heroes. I'll show you that I've still got more up my sleeve. As SSA brings out the Night Stalker, something we haven't seen from him from a while, and he has a fantastic time, 12-1 and 10. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Whatever happens, we're not getting a 3-0 grand finals today. OG, they take game 2. It stands 1-1 at the moment.
Love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.